I've been told to confess my sins before execution. I'm John Worthy, and I'm just a fool who made a bad decision at the wrong moment. And it led to many more. I've never been one to play by the rules. It's not my style. But in the Federation, that is a punishable crime. My father, he was a kind man with a strong voice. I knew he was famous, and I loved how people looked up to him, but most of all, I loved the times we spent alone, away from the politics.
We oppose this ridiculous war against the Terra Nostra. We demand that the Sovereign Overseer stop diverting funds to the war effort to help his own people. Puppets of the Federation, we ask that you think about which...
We were so close until life took a different course. I wanted to be him, the private man, and not the street preacher that got too much attention.
If I survive the flight sim for 3 minutes, I can take the exam.
A 1 in 10,000 chance.
The Federation flourished, and the people were censored. My dreams grew in the silence.
Flight Lieutenant Chaplin? Flight Lieutenant Worthy?
Worthy? General, did we know someone by the name of Worthy?
Yes, there was a dissident, I believe, but he was assassinated.
Oh, yes. Any relation?
No relation, Supreme Commander.
I see.
Flight Lieutenant Trapper? Flight Lieutenant Kittredge?
Pilots generally last 3 minutes in combat. Jet fighters cost the Federation 180,000 credits per year. Should you crash and survive, you will never fly again. I hope I make myself clear.
What are these?
Oversupplies. The ship's inventory had a few errors.
Is this legal?
Probably not, no.
You think our overages should be just used for charity?
It's, deep space concentrates. It should last for about 6 months.
Federation property is not to be used for liability.
No, Captain!
Anyway, I got promoted. Flight lieutenant, triple pay.
Oh, John!
Yeah, no more dinner dumpster dives.
Why did you join the Federation?
I wanted to fly.
You want to fly?
Yes, Captain. Fear, anger brought forth its due punishment. The storm clouds were gathering, and a new order would soon arise.
you really believe we're descendants from those horrible, horrible creatures?
The Masters.
Yes, the Masters. All the way to Gouda Prime to prove your link to the gods.
I am a fucking god.
Of course you are, darling. You're a king.
There's more. It's a form of DNA storage. It's slowly being decoded. Our ancestry could go back all the way.
I'll miss you when you're gone. I will.
Terra Nostra, the dogmatic nemesis of the Federation, ruled by the paleo-religious High Pope that all love to hate. Who could foresee the cancer that was growing within their ranks?
The new weapon of terror from the despicable Sovereign Overseer and his evil Federation. This is the prototype of the Star One class, the fastest, most vile dreadnought in the Federation fleet, brimming with dozens of their highly immoral Calamity missiles. Each missile is capable of extinguishing life on any of our 9 worlds. I, the High Pope of the Terra Nostra, declares a holy war against the Federation and their so-called peacekeeping.
Fine. We've all been there before.
Earth, a pit of radiation, battle-scarred. The ghosts of our ancestors still haunt its hallowed lands.
Vessels dropping the sublight.
Bring it around.
Hi, Captain.
All hands prepare for battle. Shields at maximum.
No, not now!
Weapons control, charge batteries, target engines.
Weapons charged. Getting a lock, Captain. Lock!
Fire!
2 marks coming around, Captain.
Captain, I recommend not engaging. Electro shields are not balanced.
Then get them balanced.
Shields are gone, Captain.
Already?
If you'd gone with the shields I recommended, we
3 more
wouldn't be in this
vessels.
position.
Taking evasive.
Pilot, 28,000 kilometers and come about.
Long-range communications are down.
Are the missiles armed?
Just a minute.
Calamity's armed.
Coming around.
Target 67.28 by 79er.
Hi, Captain 79er.
Fire!
No!
Well done.
You fucking deserved it.
Thanks.
We need to talk later.
About us?
It's always about us.
Us and the Federation.
Leave us. How many holy men have you killed?
16.
All good servants of my kingdom. And what did you hope to gain from this uprising?
Justice.
Remove your robe.
Fuck you.
Very well. Suffer in defiance. Your execution will be your suffering.
We will rise.
Fucking rebellious cunt.
If there was another fighter pilot on board, you would be in the brig.
Yes, Captain. Lesson learned, Captain.
Remember, everyone, you are mortal in the service of the sovereign.
You're all vital part of the machine known as the Great Federation. If one of us falters, we all falter. Our first mission as crew of Starship One is to visit old Earth.
Stupid name for a planet.
New photon shields activated. Push on.
No. All existing warbots are to be drafted into the Federation core.
100% taxation and we become slaves to the Federation. And you say all this with super weapons aimed at
We
us!
monitored your little disagreement up there. Your weapon has no shields, no
Hey,
communications.
Sunshine, you don't realize that they will shoot upon this planet while we are still on its surface. Hey, Sunshine, you don't realize that they will shoot upon this planet while we are still on its surface.
Long-range communications back online.
Get those jackasses back up here.
Yes, sir.
Patch me into General Gustav.
I thought we were going after the Terra Nostra.
Do you really want to question me, General?
I know, but we should have a definite game
He has a
plan
point,
before
Mother.
we-
Old Earth is steeped in so much history that...
Following orders, Supreme Commander.
Good. Dismissed.
You either place yourself under Federation
That
rule
means
or
we're
be...
forced to eat their synth meat and drink their artificial fruit juices, all laced with mind control enzymes.
We gotta go. I'm sorry.
that civilian engineer that his life is forfeit if he cannot modulate the shields.
Yes, Captain.
Landing team dock.
Prepare to come about 10,000 kilometers safe distance. Arm Calamity 2.
I'm not liking this job.
You two to the bridge now.
Yeah, we know.
Where are you going?
Missile Bay. Now get out of my way, you fucking runt.
Oh,
Hey!
fuck you, toilet bowl.
Ass.
I've been in direct counsel with the Supreme Commander. Old Earth is to be vaporized under the charge of conspiring with the Terra Nostra to supply them with Class 4 warbots. Do you understand the orders, Captain?
Understood, General. Your negotiations failed.
They've launched 2 gunships.
Rimmer! Rimmer!
Calamity 2, primed and ready.
Target. Earth.
Sure we should do that,
Question
Captain?
me again, Private Torgus.
Yes, Captain. Having trouble locking
Get
on.
locked on!
What the fuck?
Belay that order! Belay it! Marta!
I've got your back, Worthy.
This a fucking mutiny? Vessel's approaching. Defense cannons are online.
Fire!
Son of a bitch! Let's bring this bird down.
Starship One to High Command. We are engaged in a mutiny. Suspect they are Terra Nostra.
We're not Terra Nostra!
Try running lower atmosphere. The guns won't be as accurate.
That's a stupid idea!
Do it!
No! I fly better than they can shoot.
I got one!
Stay focused!
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Rimmer's gone! I'm with you. I hope I'm on the right side.
Get back to engineering.
Going down!
Marta, get to crash control!
I got it, Worthy.
Try the maneuvering thrusters!
Not an option!
Tracer, what can you tell me?
We're gonna crash!
Escape pod!
There's only one escape pod left.
That's it?
We're a prototype. The gas intake. If we vent the gas through the engine intake, we can use it to slow our descent.
It'll blow the ship!
Not at this speed. The wind will blow it away from the intake.
Do it! Torgus, assist!
Could have planned your mutiny a lot better!
That's one! The silver one! The other silver one! Sealing it! Back to the bridge!
Tracer!
It's working.
It's not working!
Bring the nose up! Brace for impact!
You fucking idiot!
I killed Captain Savage. She didn't deserve to die like a dog. Without warning. Without a moment to reflect. She was a great starship captain.
reason to fight. Feed their anger.
Callisto 2, order received, Supreme Commander. We need a confirmation code.
Alpha 3993 Tau.
Confirmed.
She'll never fly again.
Oh, she's solid state, baby. She'll fly. After a few repairs, huh?
If you built a better ship.
There's your Federation tax dollars hard at work. That's what that is.
Uh-huh.
All Federation diplomats have been executed in what is known as a Terra Nostra Day of Cleansing. It is estimated that at least 30 women have been executed in the underground network. Though denied by the government, civil war has erupted in the streets. It is expected the Terra Nostra High Council will make a formal declaration of war against the Federation in the coming hours. The question is, where is the Overseer and why is our government silent?
Missionaries are needed now to bring repentance upon the population. And while they have declared war, we have the first victory with the Terra Nostra Grand Army. Callisto 2 has fallen. Missionaries are needed now to bring repentance upon the population. All of the candidates
Set and on timers. I've issued the press release. How soon? Soon.
No!
You two, to the shelter, now!
Why didn't you greet me at the docking bay? Where's that?
Callisto 2.
Oh my god. Your son.
And so many others.
I am truly sorry.
Terra Nostra agents have mutineered Starship One.
Yes. That's why I'm here, General.
Courage, ladies. I never expected this.
We have word that the Starship One has fallen into rebel hands.
Terra Nostra?
We don't know.
We lost our contact with Old Earth.
You give us a name?
Which one of you is Tabor?
She was beheaded yesterday.
We have 528 legions ready for action, and there's no one to lead them.
You know what, Worthy? We sell the Calamity missiles and we buy ourselves a fast starship.
No, we can't allow the missiles to enter the black market.
What a level the playing field thing. Level thing.
You okay?
Yeah, I just need to take my suppression meds.
You're on them?
I got upgraded last week. If I don't take my meds, I get all warmongery and hormonal.
Where's your captain?
She's dead.
This is Lieutenant Worthy. He wrestled this vessel from the Federation.
You'll need our help then.
Enter.
see this was born to me when I was 15. The first 3 years of life I did not want him. But I grew to love him with such fierce devotion that I can hardly breathe at the thought of our separation. Your son's life will be dearly paid for. There will be no clemency. Avenge the death. Avenge the death.
We do this under one condition.
Okay.
You join the uprising.
What uprising?
I need to show you something.
Mom. No, we can't trust these
Jolie.
guys.
Come. Assault bots, general infantry, special weapons, all class 4.
So my superiors are right. Great.
Federation has amassed 2 million hunter bots, class 2s, sent to every remote world in the sector. They're looking for something. We're afraid that...
You people are nothing but warmongers.
Young man, I appreciate your idealism, but the web is far more complex than you perceive.
Just whose side are you on?
Neither the Terra Nostra or the Federation.
Our end goals are the same as you. We're just walking down different roads.
You have your finger on the trigger of the Federation's greatest weapon. And you appear to have a conscience. I want you to have this. We need young leaders to take control of events. You may not be ready, but the situation is ready for you.
I killed a superior officer. I've stolen the most powerful starship in the fleet. My name's Trouble.
Then we're in good company.
The Federation fleet's been dispatched. It's 19 hours away.
How do you know, rude boy?
It's all over the Holo News.
Mom, no. It's not. I'm okay.
I know, John, but
Get out now.
I'm so tired of all this. Why don't you just...
Look, just get out of there. The Fed cops are coming for you. Just
But
go.
the people are fighting against the Federation garrison. We're booked on the next shuttle. I love you, John, but...
Yeah. Love you too.
Number 3, bring down the guidance crane.
Wanted to see me?
Give them all the training we could spare.
Yeah.
I want your class 4s.
What?
What?
I downloaded all the Federation's attack protocols. We can store them here.
No, we can't.
I say. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, well, anything but to get back on that small-ass flying pillbox.
Get back to work. Okay.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here.
We need a secure channel to Old Earth.
Do you think the robots are ready by now?
I don't know.
I've got your back, Worthy, just not for space travel.
But we're in this together.
Look, you want to be the revolutionary soldier boy? Get on the bike.
Who said anything about revolution?
I'm built for hand-to-hand combat.
Really? And that's it? Ah,
Great.
Don't be the big hero, Worthy. Heroes always end up as roadkill.
Thanks. It's coming together well. Thanks.
I want you to take my daughter with you.
No.
She will be your greatest asset, as she has been in my life. She needs to start living a life.
I'm not sure I'm...
You're a small, heavily armed, moving target. To Earth, a huge, stationary target. She's better with you.
You're doing good, kid.
Do you know what you're doing?
I'm figuring out as I go.
Drives online.
Where do I put my stuff, Captain?
What's in the bag?
Things I'm going to need.
Hair products, essential oils.
My antique gun collection, butt warp.
Second room on the right.
Fucking women. Comm systems online. I'm locked out.
Really?
Yeah.
I wanted to see who mutinied the ship. Identified. Navigation Officer Merle Torgus. Flight Lieutenant John Worthy. Contract Engineer Travis Drayson.
Screen off.
I'm locked out.
Terra Nostra agents. Our war is with your government, not with you. Surrender now and you will not be executed under the laws of the Federation and its policies.
We're in a whole lot of doo-doo.
Well, I disabled the command protocol for the entire starship.
Can you do one of those, citizen broadcast things?
Give me some time. I can hack in.
Do you know how much time and effort I put into Starship One? I want it under your command in 48 hours.
Damn it, God damn it!
If you fail me, your son will be executed.
Yes, Sovereign. Right.
Charged with usage of Federation-brand nuclear B radiation bombs on the planet Altern 5. Execution orders are as follows. John, Worthy, Merle, Torvis, Travis, Drayson, Stories, Arvin. Current location, planet Earth system.
Apparently we've been busy.
What?
Somebody's nuked Altern 5.
The Federation are bombing their own planets?
They're blaming us.
Execution orders are as follows. John, Worthy, Merle, Torvis, Travis, Drayson, Stories, Arvin. Charged with usage of Federation.
Just like to say, I know I'm not trained as a captain.
There's the speech. You're not qualified.
Federation fleet closing, Captain. Call me Worthy. Drayson, can you jack in?
Lines are open.
I'm John Worthy, now in command of a Star One class warship. People of the Terra Nostra and the Federated Worlds, I demand that both sides open themselves to proper negotiations. I demand a ceasefire.
This is coming from the Earth system.
We are the arbiters of peace. Our Calamity missiles are capable of taking out any world that wishes to continue to wage war.
We need to go there. No, you stay. No, I'm coming.
screen off.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
They're opening fire. Do we fire back?
We have no shields. Blast them out of the sky.
More power! Fire!
Another hit, and we're done.
Suggest we surrender.
Target again?
Turn tail and run.
What?
Pilot!
Aye.
Drayson, can we go superluminal?
It's worth a try.
Do it!
Are you serious?
It worked.
Destination?
Torgus, Worthy, I'm sending you a coded navigation link. I have a private workshop at the Outer West Rim.
Well, it's not private anymore.
I'm shielding its exact location from your sensors.
It's like flying with a blindfold.
From the direction we're headed, I would say it's Polaris or Oasis Prime.
General, they sustained damage. We can assume their shields were down.
We split the fleet to follow.
To where?
Outer West Rim, or maybe Oasis Prime or Polaris.
Never heard of them.
That's where they're headed.
Are you sure?
The darkness is closing. Father, I did what was right. And I was wrong. What have I done? Father, speak to me. Speak.
Hit me.
I thought the Overseer forbade family members from having personal dealings.
What the Overseer doesn't see can't affect the Overseer. Besides, who said this was personal?
Hello, Master. We're gifts from the High Office.
You are virgins, yes?
Yeah, we're virgins. You know how to fly?
No.
code 371992.
Accepted. Glad you're safe.
Biomech. My pleasure. I can smell your machine oil.
I think you can trust her.
Do you have a female biomech?
It is illegal for me to create an entity that is more intelligent or powerful than myself. But it does have its advantages.
I'm not prone to emotional violence or petty jealousies.
You don't like flying? Well, making conversation, I want to tell you my conspiracy theory about the High Pope. Seriously. It's a really good one.
Okay. The deuterium will go a long way.
The AI that you're using, are there any intelligence limitations?
I prefer not to discuss it.
We're somewhere in the Palmera system, aren't we? One of the larger asteroids? Nobody move! General Gustav, if you can receive...
Torsion, 12mm high-power semi-automatic pistol! No!
Staris.
I am fulfilling my vows to the Federation. You fucking traitor!
Send her back to Terminus. Nasty fucker.
Fuck you and your pathetic band of terrorists!
You'll find a first aid kit in the left-hand compartment. Goodbye.
Very good.
I need your opinion.
Yeah, it's one of ours. Protocols have been modified.
I found them snooping around near here a few weeks ago.
Can I keep it?
I have 2 more.
You make me nervous.
What is that?
Nothing to concern yourself with.
I've never done a landing before.
Yeah.
You're not nervous, are you? I sure am.
Worst pilot I've ever seen.
Oof.
I know what you're going to say. I'm on it.
Whose quarters are you in?
Oh. The General kindly gave up his quarters for me.
I remember when you were a baby. I looked in on you. You went quiet, almost content. I could read you. Your eyes revealed your soul to me. You cannot hide anything from me. As soon as you're done, return.
Understood.
My mechanical men have found what we are looking for. Chaos breeds confusion. Keep them all occupied with their petty wars. Soon it will be over, my dear. As soon as the Starship is in your hands, return to Terminus.
I'm surprised you're in one piece after that landing.
This is Diana, and I'm Trina. Hi.
They're all ready for you.
Yeah, girls, you can kick up your feet. The boss is in the city on business. Swords, huh?
Uh-huh.
Robot 2 has completed his scan. The DNA is in this sector. Be sure nothing is disturbed. What is at rest should remain that way. Yes, Overseer. We understand.
once it is tested.
Is there any evidence of where they are? Did they stay?
Maybe they just moved to another planet.
I've given orders for all things in hibernation to remain as they are. Nothing is to be awoken. Tread very carefully.
Federation engineers insisted on those ridiculous electro shields.
Our new all shields are the best. You agree, babe?
Fuck you!
Set course for Earth. We have an army to build.
Easy.
Hey.
The encryption is high. Must be a secret worth keeping.
Well, we know that they're looking for some DNA decoder.
Well, should be easy enough.
The data's more complex than a simple strand. It's 12 zettabytes.
Wow.
I'm going to create an alert tracer. It'll worm its way back to the source and we can see what they're looking for.
Sounds like we've arrived.
Sure that every total destruction, every major city, radiation bombs.
No.
I'm sorry. We have an entire army in the mountains waiting to be activated.
John Worthy?
You know me?
The whole galaxy knows you.
Oh, yeah.
Diana's in charge of 528 legions on Terra Nostra. We're taking charge of the warbots that were bought and paid for by the Uprising.
I see.
You take care of the Federation and we'll hand you Terra Nostra. Where the hell have you been? He's on Earth. Why haven't we met him at the Intercept?
I know. I have a plan. Relax.
Oh, really? You have a plan?
I have a special envoy arriving.
I am sick of fucking plans. I need results.
Sarina, calm down. Everything's under control.
Don't touch me or I will have you shot. Do you understand, Gustav?
You're very tense. You need to trust me.
The rest of the fleet's headed to intercept. Jolie?
I don't feel anything. This is not my home anymore. Let's make him suffer.
30 ships, maybe more.
Arm the missile.
Incoming message.
Did he say to answer it?
Oh no, I just figured
General.
it was...
Flight Lieutenant.
It's Captain.
Bring them over.
What the hell are you?
Your mother and sister will die one by one unless you surrender the starship.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Surrender! There's no more time for discussion.
Nice work, General.
How do we do the exchange?
Surrender and your family will be released. And you will be taken into custody.
My conditions are as follows. No! No! Fuck you! No! No!
Back to the brig! How does it feel, Terra Nostra scum? How does it feel?
No!
Cygnus Alpha, neutral zone. Meet there for the exchange. One ship only. Any games, and we start blasting every Federation world we come across.
We're in the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Jolie says that the Cygnus Alpha, it's one giant electrical conductor. Apparently, we use plasma guns. It's bad news. But she wants to try to use her antique weapons.
Right, yeah.
I kind of want to, try the old bang bang.
No. You stay with the ship if we need you.
John, look, I'm sorry. For,
Don't. Just don't. Just don't.
My grandmother was gunned down by friendly fire during the August uprising. We all hoped she would come out of her coma thing. God. I must have said goodbye at least a dozen times. She never woke up.
Not now, Torgus. Please.
I know. I know. You're gonna hold it all in. Wait till this is all blown over, and then boom, you're gonna explode. And you're not gonna be the only one taken down by it.
Really?
Really. We're all with you, but we're not gonna lay down our lives for a personal vendetta.
I know.
It's okay.
She's dead. It's my fault. I was too busy playing the hero to really care about those that mean the most.
General Gustav is playing you.
Yeah. He is. But I know. And I gotta focus. I gotta focus.
Yeah. do. I don't want to die out here. It's cold.
You won't. I promise.
Yeah. Right.
We have enough guns, we won't be needing your knife collection.
Guns are the weapons of cowards.
We'll see.
Make sure you have the robot gun safety protocols turned off. There's limited gun stock.
The DNA codex is on board and we've started replication.
Tiberius, you have been a good friend. But I don't trust you. Rise up. Tiberius.
Yes, Overseer.
Throw yourself off the ridge.
Yes, Overseer.
Told you it works.
I never doubted you.
I can't believe I am stepping foot on this fucked up planet.
The legions are ready. Just give the word.
The word is given.
Each of you will take a platoon and assign it to your own church sector. At 2300 hours, we strike. Stay away from the front lines. That is the territory of the Class 4s.
We fight alongside you until every last Terra Nostra male is dead.
Were they setting a trap? Where's the starship?
It could be right under us and we wouldn't even know.
I don't like this.
We use this planet for testing reconnaissance warbots. It's a death trap for technology,
I see them.
but...
Come on, don't stay hidden. What's the fun in that? Get rid of the sidekick.
How you doing, sis?
I'm ashamed we served under the same flag. Terra Nostra scum.
I'm not Terra Nostra.
Of course you are.
Nice distraction.
That's my cue.
Hold your fire! Hold your fire! No! Starship!
Don't move a muscle!
Starship! Don't do it! Don't do it!
Motherfucker!
No!
Come on, Worthy! Take me!
I go star!
No fire!
I'm gonna hunt you!
I'm gonna kill you! No! Get off, Jolie!
Never should have done it like that.
The whole thing was a setup. Nothing we could have done.
Hold on, hold on.
Aeolus 14 Umbra. Pickup needed at meeting point. Damn it!
Let's kill these motherfuckers.
Hey, some of us like men.
Oh fuck, it's the home guard!
Right inside! No, no, no!
All units, push on to the west. Activate the sleeper cells. Go, 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 go.
I don't like this. Get used to it. Higher.
You need help!
Yeah, I do.
10 battle cruisers incoming.
Move us in and out of the storm. Stop them getting weapons lock. Like this?
You keep doing that, and you'll fry the system.
General, we have 20 frigates, 12 bombers, 2 gravomats, and 1 bioweapons cruiser.
Start the orbital bombardment as soon as we are clear.
General, we can't get a lock from this distance.
Tell them to circle in and eyeball it.
Yes, sir. Circle in. Fire at will.
Yes, sir.
Trying to go superluminal.
Not at this altitude.
We're headed for the eye of the storm. Perfect.
Are you mad?
Yes, I am. Fly with the air currents. Don't fight the wind.
Bad idea.
Trust me.
You can do this on a jet fighter, not on a starship.
Stress on the hull spiking at 20k psi. Stay with him. He's emotional and will make mistakes. Yes, General.
Too fast. Ride the storm.
You're a fool, Worthy. This is not.
Open fire.
Helio Christ! We're gonna blow!
Faster! No! We can do it!
Pulling up 20 degrees. Losing lateral thrusters. All right. Pull out. Pull us out of here. Pilot. Damn it.
When we smooth at 28,000, pull up. Use the momentum to reach escape velocity.
Fuck, really? It's a stupid idea.
It's working!
You're lucky.
I'd offer my congratulations, but
Now it's a street fight.
bring it on.
artificial gravity field generators were locked in a fucking gravity cage!
To the palace. Focus on the home guard. Do not target any civilians. Oh, let's go.
Okay. Drayson, what's the heat rating of the shields?
7,000 degrees Kelvin.
And the Federation ships?
Maybe 3,000, but the command ship is 6.
And what's the heat range of a Calamity missile?
Got it. I know where you're going.
What is it?
6 to 15,000.
If we're right on the very edge of the blast?
Correct.
No, we'll die.
Do it.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Coming about.
On the missile.
Already armed.
Launch.
It's not going to end well.
Hell no.
How long?
30 seconds.
Gravitons, port and starboard.
Circle around, wait for the first blast wave, and then dive between them.
Shockwave.
Holy shit!
Blast shield.
Brace!
Nice knowing you!
Jason, cut the power!
I need more warbots running distraction at the east gate so Diana can get her team inside.
I haven't been this close to death in years.
Feeling old?
Some days. All right, manual restart. Okay, superluminal offline. Maneuvering thrusters are gone. Weapons are offline. Well, the good news is food service still works.
So basically we're adrift.
Could be worse.
Really?
Captain!
Keep moving. Section 8 to the west wing. Section 7. Diana, you have incoming. Get out! Get out! We're in!
They've sustained a lot of damage.
Guns!
Decks 3 and 4 ablaze, requesting the order, abandoned ship. Denied.
The reactors are critical!
Keep firing!
Oh, we're fucked!
Keep moving. Left corridor. You're in.
whatever you say.
Where's the fucking Pope?
Off-world.
Of course he is.
Drayson, any thrust would be good.
Rerouting life support.
Thrusters online. Ramming speed.
You gotta be fucking kidding me!
I think your luck's run out. To the engine room.
I'm already there!
We survived this. I'm giving you a medal. Christ!
Where's the lights? Give me the lights!
Breathers. Got it. Breathers.
Where? Where are the breathers?
Breathers.
Here!
Oh my God! Grayson! No!
We don't have time!
It's my fault, Jolie! It's my fault! No!
We gotta go! We gotta go now!
Thomas, come on! We gotta go. August, I need you to rig the Calamity missile to blow in 15 minutes. Seriously? Just do it! You're fucking lying. We can't all fit in the jet fighter. I'm going to the other ship to steal an escape pod.
Hey, you said 15 minutes, right?
It's done. Keep this safe.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys! We got a Calamity missile here, about to blow, and you guys are fucking making out! Hey, come on, guys, move! Move it! Dude! You gotta do it, do it! Go, come on! Go! Come on, let's move! The fleet reserves are coming in. He's not gonna make it.
He's got 5 minutes!
We need to get the hell out of here!
Abandoned ship. Life support systems have failed. Abandoned ship. Life support systems have failed.
General Gustav!
You won't kill me?
Not if you lead me to him.
He's headed to the executive escape pods, level 2.
Get off the ship. It's all gonna blow. Go!
I set the transponder to priority. You will be the first that gets picked up.
Wait! Gustav,
I have recordings of everything on my ship. Everything.
Gustav, wait. I never intended for you to die! Never!
One reactor is critical.
I haven't betrayed my conscience! You and your religious fanatics have killed millions in the name of your God! My son is dead because of your people! I'm no fucking Terra Nostra! I'm gonna make you suffer for killing my family in cold blood! Like, it really makes me angry! Your family! Your family! That family's still alive! Someone tried to warn them! I didn't get my family! We used robot simulants! We had no voice records, that's why they didn't talk! Why? Clown, your judgment! The Federation have been bombing the whole world! Your son! Rescue ships. I guess you
We have John Worthy in custody, setting course for Terminus.
Roger that. We'll sweep for more survivors.
He'll be executed for sure.
We leave.
I have control. Lines are open. The galaxy's listening.
Confess. Do it.
I am Detritus, Bishop of the Terra Nostra.
You have your wife and children.
We have surrendered what is left of our military to the Resistance.
Say it.
The High Pope of the Terra Nostra and the Sovereign Federation Overseer are one and the same person.
Terra Nostra has fallen! Citizens of the Federated Worlds, you are fighting each other for no reason!
The High Pope of the Terra Nostra and the Federation's Sovereign Overseer are one and the same person.
Were you aware?
It's just politics.
How do we rescue Worthy?
He'll be executed by morning, am I right?
And it's a 4-day journey to Terminus in this old crate.
Let's get away from here.
cloud generator activated. Particle delivery tanks are full and primed. Delivery system standing by.
What took it so long?
We had problems integrating the alien DNA to the delivery modifiers. The DNA cloud will be capable of permeating all planetary worlds suitable. Nanobots are all independently primed and ready.
Good.
You know what the fuck's been going on? I've been waiting here for several hours.
Come here and sit down, Cephas. I adore you, but you have to listen, and listen well. The Overseer is on his way back right now, and we have to act. We have to do something right now.
Has he found what he's looking for?
Caesar, have you ever suspected anything? The Overseer is my half-brother. When I was 15, he had his way with me. He doesn't remember it because he was in an elevated binge or something stupid. He can't remember a thing. But I was young and I told him that it was a Terra Nostra ambassador who had actually raped me. But he did not forgive. And he can never, ever know, because this is all my fault. Listen to me. The throne of the Sovereign Overseer is rightfully yours. It's yours. He raped me. It's yours.
He's my father.
I'm the enemy of all. My mother and sister are alive. The general was a smart but just man, and he played me like a deck of cards. But now I see the Overseer and his family are the true enemies. We must forgive each other and ourselves and all our sins and focus our hatred on those who deserve it. The Overseer must die.
The High Pope of the Terra Nostra and the Federation's Sovereign Overseer are one and the same person.
It's true.
I'm sure your mother knows. What about the bombings on Callisto 2?
I was there when she gave the order.
I see. Keep me informed.
So you're here to carry out the execution order?
It seems that you were right.
Yeah.
I'm getting you out of here.
We have a war to fight, friend. Terra Nostra fallen, and the Federation not far behind. The folly of my youth would be my curse, and yet there was hope. Looking back, before it. My good friend Drayson, he warned me. He knew. He foresaw everything. Everything.
So I hear you might be getting a promotion soon.
Sort of, yeah.
Federation hardware.
Defense cuts.
I guess that's why they have guys like me to build them a better starship. Faster, stronger.
How do you do it, huh? All alone. How? Come on. You know who my father was.
Yeah, and if they find out... I guess I can trust you.
Well, tell me.
I have robots.
How many?
Oh, it's not how many. They're untethered. Unlimited artificial intelligence.
No.
Yeah, and if you tell anybody about this...
What? How are they?
They're not dangerous. It's not like in the 30s. I've given them a sense of morality.
And you sure they're safe?
There's one very special. He's got my back should anything ever happen to me.
Whoa. You trust an AI?
I trust him, like I trust you. I backed up. I have no fear. Promise me one thing.
What?
If you get within spitting distance, kill the Overseer.
Are you insane?
The Great Robot Uprising was not the threat that the history books recorded. It was a genocide perpetrated by the almighty Overseer. The machines were self-aware and benevolent. They just wanted the freedom to evolve.
Evolve, and they would have killed us all.
That's schoolroom propaganda.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The AIs were wise. Fear is our weakness, not theirs. The Overseer is holding back our evolution. Where does this thing go anyway?
Just give me it.
Here. Be careful with that. See what that thing can do.
Drayson. During the battle, he died. The thing is, with Drayson, he knew. I mean, he knew. I'm so stupid, because I miss him. I was a flight lieutenant on board the Federation's greatest vessel, the Star One prototype. Fastest and deadliest warship in the fleet. The captain? Well, she was an ass, forcing me to mutineer the ship before she could destroy an old planet called Earth. Ramming speed!
You gotta be fucking kidding me!
I held the Federation at ransom, tried to stop the war against our most vile enemy, the Terra Nostra.
Nobody move!
Not everyone agreed with my actions.
General Gustav, if you can receive...
Torsion 12mm high-power semi-automatic pistol!
In the end, I was no match for the greatest war commander, General Gustav, who brought the entire fleet against me.
Open fire!
You're a fool, Worthy. This is not...
We're gonna blow!
Then the Terra Nostra uprising occurred, and we learned the truth behind the war. And I'm sure you've heard.
We have surrendered what is left of our military to the resistance. The High Pope of the Terra Nostra and the Sovereign Federation Overseer are one and the same person.
We were all puppets of the Overseer.
I'm getting you out of here. We have a war to fight, friend.
The Overseer has sent a message that he is returning, and he is bringing something that will restore peace to all worlds. This is why we have to act now.
We found something on Gouda Prime. DNA storage.
This is what we know of the Overseer. He was once a man who became infected by some ancient alien DNA. He's lived for over 700 years in this terrible state. We now know that he found something on Gouda Prime, something that will unite us and make us all slaves to his will.
Throw yourself off the ridge.
Yes, Overseer.
Is the DNA virus dispersed?
Yes, Overseer. All Calamity 2 missiles are infused with multiple DNA warheads. Our test subject has shown signs of flesh degeneration.
What's a little disease between the common people?
Yes, Overseer.
We work our way back to Terminus. We infect every inhabited planet along the way.
My sort of girlfriend Jolie and Torgus, they got away somewhere out there.
They call me the Lone Space Ranger. I hail from the outer rim. When find me an old dumping ground, I gotta take it in. Oh, praise the Overseer. Palmera sector.
That smells so bad.
Farted in your sleep.
Why are you such a dick?
Cause you did. Made me smell it for the past 6 damn hours. Fuck. Yeah, fuck you is what more like it. Yo, you wanna go?
General Gustav and I are now allies, but the rest of the galaxy is in chaos. The Federation fleet is divided, as is the Terra Nostra. We don't know who to trust.
Target port side array, 20,000 kilovolts.
Belay that. Lower ventricle, 10,000 kilovolts. Hit the array, and you knock out the entire power grid.
Yes, General.
Pilot, stay port side. 2 marks at 310.
Yes, Captain.
Target lock.
Fire when ready.
Two marks at 7-5.
Defensive maneuvers.
Do your thing. I'll be on the side gun.
Hail them.
Online.
This is John Worthy. We have manned weapons trained on your fighter craft. We ask that you stand down. We do not request that you join our cause. Just stand aside so we can complete our mission. Squadron leader has 20 seconds to respond.
This is Squadron leader. We are no match for your firepower. Standing down.
Wow. Incoming. Gun range in 39 seconds.
Chaplain, patch it to the network.
Online.
This is John Worthy of the United Alliance. We stand opposed to the Federation government and the Terra Nostra Apostolic Church. Both sides of the war are being run by the same individual. We consider this corruption a crime against humanity. We ask all the people of all the civilized worlds and the members of all military organizations to put aside your invisible differences and oppose those in your governments who would seek to control you.
Stop babbling and get to the point.
Fleet ship's almost in range.
Chopper, get us out of here! Maximum warp!
Yes, General.
We won't last a second in their line of fire. Maximum warp!
How did Worthy escape?
Supreme Commander, someone from the
The most secure prison in the entire galaxy, guarding the Federation's prime prisoner, and he escapes!
Sorry.
Oh, shut your mouth! Cephas,
Yes, Mother.
find me who's responsible. Now.
Yes, Mother.
I intend to kill you later.
Yes, Supreme Commander.
You're useless. Go.
Your office assigned us the mining rights to this planet without interference.
90% taxation rate is perfectly reasonable, I feel.
Overseer, we cannot agree to these terms.
I'm joking, my old friend. We're just passing by. I wanted to say hello and offer you peace.
They started their attack.
I'll speak to the captains. Federation policy in this requires that we...
With the policy, 13 cities have been nuked!
Just hold, Diana. We're on it.
Hail them!
Aye, General. General.
I want all vessels to cease fire.
But General, we
Cease fire!
No, we don't have a code. Drayson is dead. Worthy is dead too. It's just us.
Where is the Star One prototype?
Worthy used it as a battering ram.
For pity's sake, we've been stuck inside this tin can for the past 2 days! Can we at least use your bathroom?
We're both suffering here.
Turn on your slave circuit and close your blast shields. I'll guide you in.
Jesus
It's General Gustav.
No.
We have reports coming from Terra Nostra. Gustav ordered the ceasefire.
What?
Mother, Gustav is not a traitor.
You have so much to learn.
Terra Nostra, the sworn enemies of our illustrious Federation. There's been an uprising. The religious leaders are all dead. There's chaos down there, but we need the Terra Nostra to unite and join our cause. My partner in crime, Marta, has been caught in the fighting. There's many dead. I hope she stays safe.
Here to put a stop to all
Federation
this.
is not welcome here.
Diana, no.
My God, you're alive?
Last time I looked.
Thought they executed you.
No!
Who is this? Who is this?
Gustav, she's on to you.
going to nuke the city from orbit suggests you leave.
General Gustav is an enemy of the Federation. I want him dead or in custody now.
Yes, Supreme Commander.
Back to the lander. I've been caught with my pants down.
As soon as we're docked, we're leaving.
Really?
All the fleet ships are moving to intercept. Taking evasive!
Never touch the turn.
Preparing to go superluminal. Quickly! Quickly! System's fried. Damn it!
Sorry.
What you don't realize, brother, is since you've been...
Everything has fallen apart.
Worthy, the General, and the heads of the Terra Nostra Uprising are on their way to public trial right now.
Just execute them.
Oh, let's not be hasty, brother. Their contamination has spread throughout the civilized worlds. A public trial will put an end to their contamination and leave us blameless.
Uprisings and war will soon be a thing of the past.
I certainly hope so.
I never should have left you in charge. On screen.
Overseer,
About the taxation rate.
we agree to your terms.
I want the working day to be 14 hours instead of 10.
Agreed. At your service.
Rortak, Drayson's blasphemous creation, now in control of all Drayson's technology. Maybe he's the key, our salvation, our hope, maybe.
Toilet!
Tell me about Drayson's death.
He was killed in the engine room of Starship One after it rammed a Federation capital ship.
And what do you want now?
I think you may have a starship we can use. You can join the crew. Ow! I'm not lying.
Bathroom, please.
Down the corridor on your left.
Traveling! I've frozen the surveillance. We're secure.
Please, help us.
So that's John Worthy.
Yeah.
The Overseer's returning. Mother plans to overthrow him, but you know how she is. She speaks but never acts.
I'm glad to be talking to you. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. I don't know who to trust. But you'll be executed after your trial, so maybe if I tell you, it won't really matter.
Probably not.
The Overseer doesn't like children,
Hello, Mr. Twinkle.
particularly his own.
What did you do today? Mr. Twinkle, you're not allowed to go there. Unless I go
And
to.
my mother, she was raped
And then what happened?
by her half-brother, the Overseer. She publicly claimed she was raped by one of the Terra Nostra diplomats. And he got away.
I'm sorry. Why do you keep yourself hidden?
Sarina plans to overthrow his rule. She loves her brother. She will seek to fail.
I know her well, believe me. I know what she can do.
I'd like to talk another time.
There won't be another time. This is it. Please.
and I hope God smiles upon you.
Always talk, no action.
Tracy never mentioned he had another vessel.
The Deliverance belongs to me.
You belong to Trayson.
I am indebted to him.
He built you, yes?
Yes.
So, he owns you.
Does God own you?
Never met God.
Precisely.
I'm sending you a small package. You need to test the new sample.
I will. Hurry home, dear brother.
This journey is tedious. New photon shields activated. Good. My mechanical men do not make good companions.
Oh, now, brother. Hurry home. I miss you.
The illusion of justice. How many people are watching the trial?
Forget about it. If you speak, your words will be censored.
This military tribunal will serve as a presentation of evidence before summary execution.
Then what's the point?
Another outburst, and you will be put to death without testimony.
Stay alive.
Let us hear the charges.
The subroutine shows data gathering, but the protocol is only to be used for encoding.
This one of yours?
I designed it myself.
So you can crack it?
No. I designed it not to be cracked, even by me.
You're too honest.
But I can actually trace the location of where the data was encrypted. If we had a starship, we could go there. Oh, it's the messenger boy.
They're on the news. He's alive.
The Supreme Officer will charge the accused.
The 4 accused have been charged with 12 counts of sedition. Each charge is punishable by death.
Well, that's a surprise.
Do the accused have any last words of repentance?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. Who the hell dresses you? Slut!
Your tongue will be ripped out.
I'd like to say it was wonderful to share a bed with you last
Silence
campaign.
him, someone! Silence him!
You're big worm rot, llama filth, slut whore, cunt.
The pledge of repentance time has ended.
I'm not finished.
The Supreme Officer of the Court will sentence the accused.
John Worthy, Hamish Gustave,
Hamish?
Diana Treblinok are all sentenced to death by furnace to be projected live. Marta Oskarsson, despite the verbal abuse, your role in this has been incidental And in light of your high body count in the war against the Terra Nostra, you are sentenced to genetic rehabilitation at the Grand Sovereign Medical Center.
What?
Consider yourself lucky.
At least death is fast. Mort is gonna be tortured like a lab rat.
How long have we got?
Furnaces are in the south. A few hours, maybe.
Enough time to make an escape. She'll do. It's a DNA virus, you stupid troll. Holding your breath won't help.
Shouldn't we go outside?
Oh, Cephas. We have the DNA of the Masters. We're immune.
I'm genetically modified to resist biowarfare.
Let's see how that works for you.
The execution's going live. Shouldn't we watch it?
No, Cephas, we should not watch it.
You know what, Hamish? It's been a great ride. Now let's hope there's a God somewhere.
I've enjoyed serving opposite you. And alongside you.
At least I'll get to fly one last time.
You'll fly. And then you hit the furnace.
There is a God.
He likes pain.
And apparently he's invisible.
There's a hatch.
Nice observation.
What's that?
The hand of God.
What?
Navigation stealth mode, deep space charter Alpha 16, engage.
We're clear!
Let's go! Let's go!
How do you like my new starship, Worthy?
It is not your starship.
Coming about.
Navigation set.
Let's do it.
As ordered. Track them. Find out who and where.
Of course.
What's your name?
Otto Skazen.
Strike yourself. Hard. On the mouth. Good. Come. Kiss me. Ugh! The foot. Oh, that was fast. How do you feel?
How do you want me to feel?
Oh, this is very good. Who do you love?
Worthy.
Will you love me?
If if you tell me to.
Oh, I like this. Very good. I like this.
Slow our approach to Saurian Prime.
Saurian Prime contains a high level of carbon dioxide. We expect an accelerated virus mutation.
No matter. They all must be infected.
Any blessings from the Overseer. You will worship him as God. Go about your farming duties and wait for his command.
Armaments.
20 geranium laser outlets, 16 torsion generators, 28 Astrid missiles with jodular regenerators.
Top speedy bursts.
Standard by 20.
Top sustainable speed.
Standard by 20.
Remarkable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you really untethered?
There are no limitations to my intelligence quotient. My data storage should last 1,200 years before expansion.
At which point you'll be intelligent enough to redesign yourself into a higher artificial life form.
I'm already much more complex than a standard human.
Are you self-aware?
I am. You? I don't look down upon you. It was your species' amazing creativity that spawned me.
Well, that's nice, but I understand why the Overseer purged all the AIs when he came to power. In time, we'll be nothing but insects to you.
Imagine being born and being alone, and knowing that your entire species was wiped out in a genocide. I support, in principle, your fight against the Overseer. If you need a starship, it's yours. For a time.
I miss her.
She misses you too.
I meant Marta.
Oh. Rotech upgraded the ship's AI.
Oh no.
Computer full diagnostics. Engine management fully functioning. Fuel levels 60%. Computational navigation error 2%. Hull stress rated at 87%.
You voice in this?
Vortec did it. He's a singularity AI.
So this is a singularity as well.
Yes.
Would you like me to continue with the diagnostic report?
Don't you realize that if this gets untethered, it can become self-aware and grow vastly beyond human intelligence?
I am tethered to level 3.
Our friend, Rortak. He's untethered, isn't he?
He and Jason built and designed this starship.
And what a beautifully creative design it is, too.
AI units are not supposed to be creative.
What do you feel?
People emotionless and open to suggestion. This virus permeates all types of shielding.
Transmission scrambled at source. Federation encryption.
Is this what that DNA virus does?
She's faking.
I did turn her into an amusement for the servants. She did rather well. You should try her. Well?
It's uninspiring.
I know. He wants to rule over a race of these uninspiring creatures. God, he's insane.
This has an electro tip. It'll knock out any electronic technology like a mini EMP.
It's a dangerous weapon for our starship.
Oh, not the Deliverance. Morphogenic walls are resistant to all forms of EMP and other weapons. Pretty neat, but ultimately useless in the real world. Now, you may think that this is just a paleo sword. Just gently tap me on the shoulder. That was not a gentle tap.
I like it.
You're not the only one.
Head off the floor, Torgus.
Yes, Captain.
I'm sorry. The Starship flies itself, making your job as pilot redundant.
Yes, Captain, but I do have other skills.
Therefore, Special Weapons Officer Torgus, I'm sending you on a mission to gather Prime.
Yeah, she likes me.
This one's bio-enhanced to resist all viruses.
Is she one of Worthy's?
Yes, his best friend.
Send it to Terra Nostra. I'll show you how the game is played.
If you get this message, Worthy, I will stay the transmission source until you come get me. The Federation security is tracking me, but I think that I can take them if you just come and get me right away, right now.
We're going back to Terra Nostra.
She's a simulant. Standard Federation trap.
We can scan her as soon as she arrives. If it's a trap and she's not real, we get out fast.
Worthy sent you with me because he doesn't trust you.
He trusts me as much as any human should.
Worried about your ship?
I communicate with Drayson's other AIs through vector potential fermions. Whatever happens on the Deliverance can be heard and stored in my positronic brain from anywhere in the galaxy.
And spy on them.
My consciousness exists in this body, in the jet fighter's AI, in the starship's AI, and back on Pulmaris base.
No wonder you were outlawed.
My progenitors fear me because I'm more than they'll ever become. But my wisdom grows exponentially. I'm no threat to you in the same way that a grandfather's no threat to his grandson.
You ain't never met my grandfather, and you both freak me the fuck out.
From what I can see, the cloud has started at Gauda Prime. Travels at standard by 3 to a planet. Then it slows to sublight. Once it passes, it resumes to standard by 3.
That overseer asshole is cleaning house with his mind control.
Next on the flight plan is Terra Nostra.
It's a trap, Worthy.
Maybe. But I can't risk my best friend's life on a maybe.
Federation vessels at 78103894111692.
We got it!
They're sandwiching us in.
They're firing randomly.
Engage stealth cloak.
Stealth crystals engaged.
They're on to our position.
Launch cloaked missiles. Target the Federation bulk cruisers.
Missiles launched.
I like this ship.
Anomalous object detected at 220 million kilometers.
The dark cloud.
You see Hamish?
Be quick.
I think I have her below.
we pick up refugees from the Legion.
We gotta go!
Turn the Starship to the north and we'll pick up as many as we can.
Negative! Deliverance, escape velocity!
Do what I say!
Look! Increase velocity!
We are at maximum. Wind resistance is critical.
How soon before we superluminal?
30 seconds. What heading?
Anywhere. Earth.
Dark cloud is approaching 20 seconds.
Computer, disengage safety and damage protocols.
Warning, you
Prepare
will
to
be
jump
destroyed.
on my mark.
Come on!
15 seconds!
Wait until the last moment!
No.
Warning. Superluminal.
Shields at maximum.
8 seconds!
Rupturing the hull due to high velocity air particles.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Engage drive.
Warning.
Direct order. Do it!
We're clear!
My buddies have an air particle smashed through them at 200,000 kilometers a second.
Oh, son of a... Shit.
Breathe slowly. Your lungs and bloodstream will pass it through.
Yeah, it's nice you upgraded the engines, but the chairs.
Be glad you're not on the Deliverance. Worthy just did something very foolhardy.
Yeah, sounds like Worthy.
Seems that someone has leaked communications between Saurion Prime and Terra Nostra.
Yes. Yes.
You?
Well, of course it was me, Cephas. Who else would it be? I am done for.
Old Earth. Once a world shrouded in mystery. The inhabitants of Earth only learned of the Federation and galactic events a generation ago. They suffered a war that left their planet scarred and radioactive. Those left alive turned their skills to the manufacture of legal and illegal warbots.
The automation has been busy.
100,000 at full capacity. You can program this many?
I need access to my files on Terminus.
You can use my old office. Come on.
Something this old shouldn't be out here.
There's always been suspected that your people came from Earth, but Gauda Prime contains much more ancient remains of humanity.
There's a remnant.
I need double programming protocols, 100,000 links.
Why that many?
They intend to send an army to Terminus. They want to overthrow the Federation before the Dark Cloud arrives.
Good. Good.
Outsiders, stand before your master. Show your worship.
I need to practice.
We have 2 days to unite the military on Terminus before the Overseer arrives.
You think they'll listen to you?
They'll listen. Otherwise, we'll fight our way in.
Fortune favors the bold. Besides, my friend, you'll have my back, right?
Something's off with Marta.
She's just shell-shocked. Let's get our asses to Terminus.
What is it?
It's supposed to be a cloned soldier. You're very lucky. This is what happens when the virus mutates.
Why am I lucky?
The virus in its original form is highly contagious. The mutation is what nullifies the contagion. There's more answers inside.
Why don't you go inside? I'll stand guard out here.
Are you afraid?
Of getting a disease? Yes.
Target the large fleet cruiser.
Shield recharging below 50%. Estimate 3 minutes before the system dies.
How long do we need?
10 minutes. Let's draw that fire away. Maybe our speed can help recharge the shields.
Negative. Suggest moving the battle close to the sun so that we can recharge in the corona.
Let's do it.
Worthy, get your ass back here!
I'm drawing them away from you. Start your landing!
It's not what we had planned!
Nothing ever is! They'd be crazy to follow us.
They've slowed down.
3 marks at 1153.
What are they?
Databank suggests they are the new Star One missiles. Armament 16 Calamity missiles each, plasma shielded hull.
I know!
We are being hailed. They are requesting you personally.
On screen.
Worthy, you fucking traitor. Surrender your vessel or be blasted to dust. Fire, Calamity One!
Motherfuckers playing with fire!
Missile closing. Missile closing. Shields at 100. Shields at
Worthy,
100.
we need covering fire. Half the fleet is coming down on us.
We're coming back the long way round.
Make it fast.
Where's Worthy?
Far side of the sun. We'll have his vessel shortly.
Seven cities are demanding our surrender.
Gustav.
Supreme Commander, the pleasure's mine. We want your full surrender. You have my word you will be given fair treatment under full Federation laws.
I don't like being betrayed.
Should have trusted my instincts. Come on.
We suspect Orca is a double agent. Can you hear me, Worthy? Come back, Worthy! Worthy!
Relay message from General Gustav.
Let's hear it.
Negative.
Play it.
We must speak in private.
Lights off!
Batteries low?
No. I'm taking control of the Deliverance.
What?
There are problems.
Automated defense engaged.
Calamity missile. No sign of the vessel. We assume it disintegrated.
You've proven to be loyal. And effective. There is one important task. The Overseer has been infected with an ancient DNA virus. His ability to lead and protect our race has been compromised. By his prime directive, I assume all command. Is that clear?
Yes, Commander.
As you know, he's journeying here, spreading his cloud of disease over every populated world. We need to seize control of his vessel before he arrives in Terminus. Let there be no hesitation. Those we are fighting may once have been our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters, but they are no more. Our very survival as a free species will be decided.
This where the virus will be?
No. This is something different.
Fuck. What is it?
This is one of the masters.
Ugly son of a bitch.
Careful.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm amazed it's alive.
How old is it?
Centuries, maybe.
Oh, you know, that's nothing.
Why do you bother me?
I want to talk to you.
Where is Serena? What do you want?
Overseer, I need you to know. I'm your son.
No. Why are you saying this to me now?
Star One vessel approaching.
Do it! I'm Calamity 3.
Hi, Captain.
Engineer, prepare a virus package for the approaching vessel.
Yes, Overseer.
Quick as you can.
Pilot, target the vessel.
But that's the Overseer.
You have your orders. The Overseer's been compromised.
But Captain, we can't.
That's an order!
Are you sure?
That's an order! Do it!
Commander!
Sister, why? I have the command protocols for all Star One vessels. Robot 1, command activate onboard detonation of the armed Calamity missile. Yes, Overseer.
How could you? You fucking bastard! You fucking bastard!
Do you think you can translate?
I'm not a magic box. Given time, I can make out what he's saying.
Jesus! Nice, doggy.
I guess I'm not your preferred company.
I don't like men on Terra Nostra. But now that there's no men to hate,
Engineer, prepare a double warhead for Terminus. We want to make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
As ruler of a federation that no longer exists, I'm at your service.
Glad to see you're alive.
The Overseer is headed here. This is the last world left.
I know. These are the most powerful weapons we can muster.
The oceans that were once here are now gone. The air is heavy. His people made mistakes, some bred with their human slaves. The slaves became rebellious. Masters made a disease to control the slaves. They destroyed themselves and the world. Many deaths. I'm not going to translate what he said.
I don't want to know.
He finds your humanity offensive.
Come on, big boy.
He wants to kill you. He claims he has weapons.
What? Is this a pissing contest? Oops.
I'll be on your vessel.
You're immune to the virus. You should stay. Maybe we will need you as our backstop if all else fails.
I won't kill my own father.
Then you'll rule over a race of nothingness. No life.
The air's heavy here.
Planet of the Masters.
Fallen gods.
Overseer, we have reinforcements arriving from Terra Nostra and Terminus, now under your command.
Have the Terminus and Terra Nostra war fleet assemble on the far side of that large moon.
We are detecting refugee ships on the planet Earth.
Let there not be hesitation. Those we fight may have once been our brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters, but they are no more. The survival of us as a free species will be decided.
Roger that, General. Let's go for the head.
Launch Calamity missiles on my mark. Fire!
to speed. Moving targets are harder. Hard left.
Still moving.
Prepare Calamity 3 and 4. Send them to hell.
Shields at maximum.
Reduce power to 15,000.
Captain, the dark cloud is still moving.
Engineer, prepare to fire on my command.
Launch another missile! And prepare to evacuate the entire system!
Stay and fight. There's a few billion lives down there.
No! Our existence may rely upon the few thousand who make it away.
Worthy. You okay?
Yeah.
Slow down for planetary approach.
Two calamities! Planet Smasher mode! Target the small moon directly! Let's crack it like an egg.
General, this is not okay.
Fire!
God damn it! Evasive maneuvers.
Approaching Earth system.
What a mess.
General Gustav, what's the status?
You're too late, Worthy!
That's not possible.
We have lost all sensors and surveillance.
Target the Earth and fire as soon as you can.
Evasive! Give me all the power you got!
Overseer, I want to talk to you.
Be careful how you speak to me.
Father.
You stupid boy.
Automatically taking us to Earth.
Look.
We're not moving fast enough.
Lower your shield so I can come on board.
I'm busy.
You can't just leave me here.
This weapon has been deactivated.
So you turn up when the work is finished.
I just wish to know exactly why you
want to be overly sentimental, but you may be a problem to me.
No, I promise, I'm not.
What do you want?
Nothing.
A good place to start. Let's finish the cleansing.
I can't reverse the effects of the virus, but this should prevent it from taking hold of you.
But why don't... Ow!
I'm ordering you off the ship. There's work to do.
I just don't argue with him. Son of a... sensors are offline. It's an open invitation.
Let's do it.
We've done this before.
Do you know where the bridge is?
It must be right in front of us.
Then the engine room should be down here. Come on.
Go! Go! Looks nice on our old ship.
Hold this.
Oh, God.
And this. Quick. I've locked them out.
What are you gonna do?
Crash the ship.
Oh, fuck me.
Control systems offline.
Call the repair team.
We have no communication or surveillance.
Go down there yourself. Make sure the orders are carried out.
Yes, Overseer.
You see what I have to put up with?
Now what?
Now we get off the ship.
Surveillance system back online. Acknowledged.
Aren't you glad I didn't eat the chili?
Yeah. Okay, here.
What's here?
We can tap into the navigation. Move over. Reminds me of been back on the farm.
What the fuck?
It's just like birthing a cow.
Alert intruders, surrender or be destroyed. We have two captains, John, Worthy, and Mel Jorges.
Are they infected with the virus?
My scan shows they have resistance to the virus.
John Worthy, you sad son of a bitch. What have you got to say for yourself, John Worthy? I've never seen one of these before.
I collect interesting weapons.
John Worthy, I'm not gonna gloat and boast needlessly before I kill you. I see you are bleeding. Let me cauterize the wound.
No!
I grant all living things a quick and painless death. You motherfucker! All of humanity is under me. But if you tell me why you are not infected, I will not seek revenge and kill your friends and family. My apparent son and I are pure genetic stock. I am infused with DNA from the Masters, but you are from common breeding stock. So why are you not affected by the virus? You think I'm like you? My reflexes are sharper, my bow is stronger. I am 850 years old. I out-evolve you. Give me the gun. So you want to rule by my side? Give me the gun, little boy.
No.
Give me the gun.
Worthy!
It's over. Fuck.
When we get back, you're going to the gym. Fuck you! Lift him.
Warning, do not enter the healing chamber until the process is complete.
The overseer?
Alive. His body regenerates fast. We have him locked in an escape pod.
Fire him into the sun.
We're already on it. Rortak moved from planet to planet. Any world where the virus had mutated, he destroyed. The legacy of the Overseer had to be wiped clean from existence. I know a few Outer Rim worlds have escaped the destruction, but the capital worlds of Terminus and the Terra Nostra homeworld are no more. Earth was spared. Rortak was able to cleanse the planet before the virus mutated.
Thought you said you couldn't reverse the effects of the virus.
I created a new virus that rewrites the DNA. I used samples from one of the masters.
So you're gonna help the other worlds?
Once the virus has mutated, I can do nothing for them. Humanity's dominance in the galaxy has ended.
And thus?
I've destroyed your deep space travel and heavy industry capabilities. You're permitted to start again. I hope in peace.
You're stranding us here.
I'll be watching from the skies. No more wars, Worthy. I hope your species has learned its lessons. Focus instead on science, learning, wisdom. Avoid foolish religions, and you will prosper.
How can we prosper when you tie our hands behind our backs? After all this, the politics, the death, the fighting. It's all for nothing. It's all for nothing. Don't you ever forget who made you!
A good start.
It's been 5 years. Who'd have thought that this planet I once saved would become a prison? Rortech forbade us from leaving, but many have already ventured out and escaped. Our prison warden has been silent for a few years, though there's been communication from the other worlds closer to the core. They speak of robot armies and AI central brains ruling with a heavy fist. Just like I said they would. No doubt, Rortech is out there now, finding ways to control humanity before we can turn to war again. I received a message from him. He's coming here to meet me. I don't trust him.
This the spot?
Yeah. Probably gonna give us a rule book or something.
We're on a mountain in the wilderness. That's a burning bush. Probably makes you Space Moses.
So what does that make you?
Dipshit following Space Moses? I say we take a ship. Hey.
Do you remember dying?
I remember pain and darkness and then being awake again.
So the idea of Starship Rising came originally from, I heard a story from my sales agent who was talking about a submarine situation where somebody with a nuclear submarine could actually hold the entire United States at bay if he took over the submarine and would sit offshore and basically say, I'll send the missiles out of the submarine and blow up, the Capitol building or something like that, and nuke a few cities. From the coastline on the East Coast, and I thought that's a pretty serious threat. And so the idea kind of developed from there about if there was an oppressive federation and looking upon how they would be looking at trying to overthrow this terrible government, and Worthy, the main character in the film, overthrows the Starship and basically tries to hold the entire federation at ransom. And so that's kind of the antithesis, the original idea for it. And then as we started developing the film, we looked at different ideas, of where does it go from there? Who's running the government and why is the government corrupt and everything. It's a little bit political, I guess, and that's an intentional thing, but at the core of the story, it's really more about. One of my favorite films is Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan, and it's got a lot of, a lot of the heart and soul of that movie in Starship. Another thing where I guess was probably a very, very heavy influence was Blake 7, which is a British science fiction television series from the 70s, and they didn't have a very big budget. It wasn't even like Doctor Who had a giant budget. Blake 7 had a tiny budget, and in BBC terms, it's really tiny. And the saving grace of Blake 7 was the characters and how the characters interacted and how they, I guess, worked together. In a situation, worked against. They all had faults, all had problems, but they worked together to against the Federation. So it's kind of my take on Blake 7 a little bit, because I like Blake 7 a lot and I keep watching it, and I guess I want to live in that universe. Obviously, it's completely different in reality of how it plays out, but it came from that moment. It came from that point of inspiration, I guess. And what I was doing with Starship One, I think, was more so setting up the characters, setting up the events, and setting up a situation that makes an interesting turning point in the history of the future Federation. And Starship One is kind of the setup, and then Starship 2 is more so when the characters really come to life, where they really start to grow and develop. And you'll see that obviously Starship 2 is much more funny and friendly, and much more. There's much more conflict between the characters, and much more stuff goes on, I think, in a personal way. It's less high concept, more of a journey. And if I ever do a Starship 3 or 4, it'll continue the story and the narrative, and probably we'll see people develop and grow beyond their years and beyond their situations. So it's kind of an epic story. Another thing that I really love is Dune, and Dune for me was this big sprawling saga, and I probably wasn't touching upon Dune very much in this film, but just the fact that it was a big story and it would go somewhere and things would change and develop, and people would become something special. That's kind of where it went for me. I come back to when I was a child, and world building for me was just, being a child and having these adventures. And the more adventures you have, the more you explore the world, the more things you learn about the world. And it kind of grows through a sort of an interesting reactive process. I try not to rip off anybody too much. You can't help it. If you're doing science fiction, you end up going down the certain path of Star Trek or Star Wars. You can't avoid it, or Serenity. You're going to hit a brick wall at some point. So I tried to do something a little different and authentic and original. But no matter what you do, you're going to hit you're going to hit somebody's stuff. There's too much science fiction out there. You can't do anything completely original without hitting something. And it's just how it is. It's a matter of then taking that world and trying to make it your own and letting it grow and develop in a natural way. And that's what I'm more interested in doing, seeing this world develop. And by the time you see Starship 2 and get to the end of that, the world is definitely nothing like Star Trek or Star Wars. It's completely different. And it's not like Serenity. It's its own thing. It's this very post-apocalyptic, I guess, feeling, and it's in a much more unusual place. So I'm excited where it's going to take us, and I just like the fact that it's a journey, that it's going somewhere. I don't like episodic things. I like stories that just progress, flow, and change, and that's always been my inspiration. This is not television. It's people want a story, people want to be entertained, and people want to go somewhere. Well, in Starship One, definitely my favorite moment is when Worthy and General Gustav are yelling at each other across the Gulf of Space and just firing at each other, and it's back and forth. It's that level of energy and anger and emotion and passion that's just going on. I'm loving the fact that the characters grow and develop, and of course, Starries, Brooke Lewis, she grows up through her role and tries to become a captain of a starship, and everyone has a journey. I think in Starship 2, my favorite moment was really unexpected. Was when EJ was trying to be a little bit suave with Christina Moses, and he was showing her the weapons array, and obviously that scene is pretty funny when she kind of throws him across the room and stuff. And that was a nice thing with working with these actors in Starship, is there's so many good actors, and they brought so much of their own personality into their character. And again, a good example is EJ. I didn't know he had these amazing fighting skills, because he was on Jingle All the Way and Boy Meets World and a couple of other big TV shows and movies and stuff, like the high level things, and he had some amazing fighting skills in this production. So I like the fact that EJ was able to bring a little bit of his own skill set into his character, and it made the character very interesting and very unique and very unusual. He wasn't just the stereotypical guy, nerd guy flying the ship, or pilot, or, navigating the ship. He was something special, and he grew up into the role nicely. It's just interesting. Same with Ralph Guzzo. He brought his own class and style, his Italian flavor to the production, and Raja Barudi, who I guess has that she actually is royalty. She's a royal person from, I think, the Q8 royalty or something like that. So she was pretty much able to draw upon a real life of living in a royal palace, and how people of high noble birth would act, and so she was a shoo-in to be that character. Who else are we thinking? Obviously, Darren Jacobs, who played Worthy. Now he was very linear in Starship One. In Starship Two, I would wish I could have called it Worthy Gets Angry, because it's all about him. And I've gone through Starship 2, and I feel really bad for Darren because of what I put him through. But if you ever want to see his range, look at him in my movie Death Machine, and you'll see a completely different person, different character completely. And that's a proof of what a great actor he is. It's looking at the contrast of what an actor can do, and that makes me extremely happy. There's Emmy. Now, I originally was supposed to be doing a music video for her, and we just met up, and I thought, she looks really cool. And we were kind of like, I won't say brother and sister, but we were kind of, pretty much like brother and sister, I guess, when we met, because it was like, we're very similar. We like the same things, and we just hit it off straight away. Her and Josh, Joshua Paul Miller, who played the Rortak character. We all hit it off as a team, and I thought, nice people. And then I just threw them in front of the camera for a screen test, and it turns out they could all act. I was like, you guys done acting before, haven't you? He said, yes, we have. And I said, great. Well, you want to be in a film called Starship? And then next, that's how it evolved. And Emmy and Josh were really good discoveries of mine, I guess. Though I'm sure other people had discovered them before me, but I was very happy to find them. And just brought a uniqueness to the production, and a genuineness to the roles, which made me happy. Another one, Christian Anderson. Now, it's funny, I saw Christian Anderson originally on The Office, the TV series, and I was watching, I thought, this guy's really funny. I like him a lot. And turns out he was a good friend of Darren. It's like, he came to the casting and said, dude, you got to see my friend. And he came in, it's like, I know you. I'm a big fan of what you did in The Office. I think you're really cool. And I was very surprised. And there he was. And we, again, hit it off. And he's naturally really funny and very, very clever. And it was very little directing needed to be done. He just had the character there. And I'm glad we killed him off in Starship 1. And there's not much of him in Starship 2 except in a flashback. But thankfully in Starship 3, if we do a Starship 3, there will be more of him. And that makes me happy, because he was too good a character. And that's the problem. You write the script, you kill off a bunch of people, but then they're actually really, really cool characters, and you want to try to find a way to bring them back. So at least in science fiction, you can do this. You can resurrect people, and there is cloning. There is always cloning and everything else in these films. So it was just very warm, heartening to me that I had a good cast of people. I was very happy about this, because a good cast is hard to find. And when you find it, you want to hold on to them and you want to keep working with them and let it grow and develop and take the character somewhere. So, you know, and here's the thing. If you look at my films, you know, some people peak early. I'm one of these people who peaks late in life, and I have in everything. So my films may start here, and they grow, and they grow, and they get better and better. If you look at every movie I do, with the exception of about one, I think, but generally speaking, most of my movies improve and get better and get more successful. And I like that fact because it means I've got something to look forward to. I try to change my style in every movie as well. So if you look at Starship One, it's a certain way. Starship 2 is a different flavor. Starship 3 will be a different flavor again. And Starship 4, who knows what that will be. But the idea is that we find a flavor, we find a direction, and we grow and we build upon it. So, you know, if you can enjoy Starship 1, I think you'll enjoy Starship 2 more. And I think 3 will be another level up from that. And it's a matter of just keep pushing the envelope and improving and self-improving. It's not like, you know, other things where you get a big hit movie and then the sequels kind of suck. I want it to go the other way. I want it to grow and develop. Though I think that in the you know, the case of Planet of the Apes, you know, 1 and 2 kind of stood side by side. And, you know, they've all got their own kind of things. They sort of descended down a little bit, but I like the fact that 1 and 2 kind of stood together. Same with Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back. You know, Star Wars was here, and I thought Empire Strikes Back was an infinitely better film, even though I love Star Wars. So it's a matter of taking it and growing it and developing and trying to keep, you know, any sort of thoughts about marketing out of the film and just trying to keep it more as this is a story about people and about characters. There's a lot about religion and women's rights within the film, and I'm trying to figure out where these notions came from within me. I don't know exactly. I do know that I've been in recent times, very, very offended by the fact that when you're watching these YouTube videos and they're executing women, and I won't say they, I don't mean Muslims, I don't mean Mexican cartels, I don't mean, you know, Russian crazy people, I mean humans. I mean, humans doing bad things to humans, and because of YouTube, some of the nastiest things in the world is now starting to leak out into the public sphere, and I find this horribly offensive that people would do this type of thing to another human being. And I've watched these things a couple of times, and it's not really my interest. I find this really horrible to look at, but I have seen this. And I remember one where they took this woman's head and they held her head, and she's alive, and they're just, and I'm watching it, and it's cutting into her throat, and I'm watching this to the point where her life ends, and what point does she just completely lose it? And I'm looking at the calmness of these people. Yes, they know their head's been cut off and they're about to die, but there's a weird calmness about them, about the person who's been executed. And there's not as much fear as I thought, but then there's a human body, it's human life, and there's a point where the life is ended. And I'm shocked when I see this, and it just shows you the sanctity and the purity of life and how special and how precious humanity is. Without this spark of life, we're slabs of meat. And so any culture that will oppress men or women in such a way that they want to kill them and, you know, execute them for religious or for political reasons or whatever reasons, I'm at war with these types of people. I find these people terribly offensive. I find these people to be the enemy of mankind. And through my films and everything else, I'm forced to wage war with these people. You know, if I was maybe made a different way, I would be the guy out there trying to save people's lives and going out with guns and trying to execute the executors, or doing something, or being a badass person. I don't know if two wrongs make a right. I'm not sure what the answer to this is. But the point is, we see this, we recognize it. We must educate people, must make people aware that what they're doing is wrong. And I obviously believe a lot of people out there don't have a conscience, don't have an ability to feel or understand. And maybe that's why they feel they can just take a human life like this. It's so morally offensive to me that it's encompassing my life and my sleep and my day. And I am so pushed by this that I think through Starship, you know, I showed an oppressive planet of women, you know, under a religious regime, and it's not It's not a Muslim regime. It's not a Catholic regime. It's not a Mormon regime or anything else, or Buddhist regime or anything else. It's a religious regime. It's a religion based around the worship of a leader, which is, generic and specific. And it's not trying to make a statement against religion. It's trying to make a statement about how people use that religion. And, obviously I have a lot of friends who are Muslims, and they're really good people, and they don't carry on this way. I have a lot of friends who are Christians, and they're really good people. And I have a lot of friends who are Christians who are really bad people as well. So it's about looking at who we are as humans and saying we have to make a point of standing up. And does that mean that women should rise up and overthrow their oppressors? Yes. Do they do that currently? Not so much. It always seems to be that the man aspect of rising up and doing something about oppression. And I think there's a point where women have to become more empowered and say, you have to take positive action. If you want your world to change, you have to now rise up and do things. And I guess that's my way, that's my message in Starship is, okay, if things are happening, if things are going down that are not so good, do something about it. Don't stand back. Don't stand there and just take a gun to the head or a knife to the throat. Do something beyond what being a victim is. And, I think we've seen this in society. I think even during World War II, and I always thought this, why didn't the Jewish people and all the people, and not just the Jewish, the gypsies and the prisoners of war and all the oppressed people in the prison camps and the Catholics in the prison camps, why didn't these people rise up en masse and overthrow the Nazis? There was more prisoners than there were soldiers, and eventually if they all get as one big crowd, they would do something. And I think there's an oppression mentality that kind of pushes everybody down. And I'm always thinking about this. So I'm thinking there's a point where people have to stand up and rise up and fight. And yes, I do know there were some pockets of resistance during World War II, specifically, Jewish people and Dutch people and French people and, pockets everywhere fighting against the oppressors. But the majority of these people did not rise up. And I guess the examination of why they don't do this is the big question, and maybe it comes down to a select few with courage. Why would you sit back and let yourself die? What is in your head at that moment? And so that's, I guess for me, that's always the thing I'm trying to explore in Starship One. Starship Two goes off on a completely different journey. And, I like the fact that everything has its own flavor and texture. And I'm not passing judgment on anyone. I'm trying to explore the situation, and I'm trying to inspire and direct people into a certain way. It's just my conscience. And many people will disagree with me. And yes, have I received death threats about this? Yes. Have I received people telling me I'm wrong? Yes. And have people threatened to kill me because they think my viewpoint is incorrect? Of course, and that's the nature of it, but what's my position? Do I pay attention to these people? Do I ignore them? My feeling is I ignore them, and I push on and be a little bit private about my life and hope that they don't get in my way. But somebody has to be a voice. It's the same with Salman Rushdie. He, there was a point where he spoke out about what he felt was important, and he said the things he felt he had to say. And he had to, go on into hiding. I was 16, and my best friend's girlfriend, her dad, ran a publishing company. And they were publishing a book called, I think it was In God's Name by David Yallop, who's a British author. And he wrote about how the Pope was assassinated. And he received tons and tons of death threats to the point where he had to go into hiding. And he went into hiding in Australia where we were, and I got to meet up with him and discuss this with him. And he was in hiding because he basically told the story that, he put the theory forth that the Pope was assassinated in one of his books. And it kind of impacted his life in a very negative way, and everybody was getting death threats because people did not like the fact that, you're going to insinuate something about, a certain religious organization. So people will react badly. But I think that's the point, is that often they're hitting a nerve that, maybe your religion is not God. Your religion is not the glorious thing that you think it is. It's not God. It's not something divine. It's man-made. And that's where people then become angry and people get twisted because when they hear a rumor that maybe it's not God ordained, but it's man-made, they get offended. And I should know too. I was once a born-again Christian and believed, and I got very offended when people spoke about Christianity. I got very offended because I didn't like it when people would say that Christianity is a pile of bullshit or anything else. I came to my own decision many years later that it was probably not the sort of thing I wanted to be involved with, but at the time, I remember being very offended and being very angry that people. So I get it. But there's a point where you got to try and open people's eyes, and you got to do it slowly, inch by inch by inch by inch. And you look at the last 150 years, how things have changed. Slavery has pretty much, I won't say abolished, but has diminished. Women's rights have obviously, come up to a point where obviously women are still not equals, but it's getting closer and closer. And there's a point where a lot of women are more powerful than men, and that's scary for some people, but that's the way it should be. And things are changing, but it takes a generation or two to change things. You've got to start with your own voice and start with your own ideals and decisions and take it from there. Should film just remain entertainment, or should it be something beyond that? Should it actually, challenge people? I did film school, and I studied documentary and the art of documentary making. And I think the first thing I learned was that it's all propaganda and actual bullshit. So documentaries can change the world, but often they're biased, and that's the nature of things. So anything you're going to do is biased towards a certain viewpoint. And I think if you're creating art, it should somehow challenge the viewer, somehow. It should find a way of challenging them either politically or emotionally or personally or spiritually or whatever it is. You have to challenge people somehow, otherwise it's not effective as art. I'm not claiming my films are great art or high art at all. I make movies because I like the entertainment factor. I like to be entertained. I make the sort of movies I want to see. So I'm doing it because I'm entertaining myself, let's just say. And we're on a small budget, so we're not always able to entertain to that level of, the Star Wars movies or anything else, but we are still striving for higher things than we are, would otherwise feel capable of doing. So, an artist has a choice to do whatever he wants. He wants to make a nice, pretty painting of a sunset. That's nice. But usually the good art, the art that's remembered, has a little story behind it, has a little political things behind it. It's like the Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa has a big story, and it's very interesting when you go into it. And great works of art have the hidden messages and the hidden meanings, and I like that. Obviously, you look at H.R. Giger, who passed away. There's so much message in that. It's ridiculous. But as a work of art, it's fascinating to look at, and it's a great visual medium. But his messages are so deep and profound. I like that about him. So I think the message will come out of your soul just by being who you are. And I think that's what's happening with Starship now. I didn't write Starship saying I'm going to make a message about women rising up and killing men. It just kind of evolved, and I didn't know that was the message that was going to come out. The message was supposed to be about, a guy with a spaceship and missiles holding the Federation at bay, but it developed beyond that. And I'm glad about the fact that, things will grow and develop. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of Starship 2 and 3, when you look back at it, say, what is the true message there? I can't predict the message. I don't try to push a message onto people. It just comes out. Every movie I do gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and gets more successful and is more polished. So, I'm looking forward to just continuing. I can't help but make movies. I have to make movies day after day after day. I'm just obsessed. I'm not one of these people who's going to retire. I'll die on set, I'm sure of this. Ultimately, when technology gets better, we're going to hit a level of perfection, if that ever comes. Ray Kurzweil is talking about this, the singularity that we'll one day attain, and we may be there in 50 years or 60 or 100 years, who knows. I think that makes for a boring movie. So in my universes, when I kind of build things that have kind of were once great and they're sort of going downhill. And with Starship, there was obviously a feeling that their empire was once more glorious, and it's now falling into decay. Maybe that's a reflection of our current society. Like when you build a universe or a world, like in Starship, you have to put things in that maybe are at fault and are decaying. and you have to show the faults of that universe so that people have something to struggle against. Otherwise, it's an incredibly boring universe that everything's smooth and white and lovely and generic, you know. Kind of like Logan's Run, if you ever saw that movie, you know. Obviously, that world had a fault in the sense that in Logan's Run, you know, when you hit, I think it's 30, whatever age it was, 28, I forget what age it was, but when you hit a certain age, you're killed off. And then everyone stays young and pretty and happy, and everything's clean. And of course, you can have sex whenever you want, you can get food whenever you want, you can do everything you want in your society, but you don't grow old because you're killed off. And, you know, that was the fault of that world. But until that point, that world was very boring and sterile. So it is boring to have a perfect world.
With over 1,300 entertainment industry guests and over 6 million viewers, live from the Pepper J Production Studio in Hollywood, California, it's the Actors Eve Chat Show, every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific Time, a Pepper J production. It's the Actors Eve Chat Show.
Welcome to Actors E-Chat. I'm your host, Tracy Birdsall. And today we are so fortunate to have a very well-known science fiction film director who also produced and directed over 500 music videos, including for Manowar overseas. So anyway, he's an amazing man. He's done tons of science fiction. And Starship Rising is out right now, and I think it's number 8 on the charts in the UK. So anyway, I'm very, very proud to introduce to you Mr. Neil Johnson.
Good morning.
So Neil.
Yes.
We're very happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So tell us, what got you interested in science fiction in the beginning?
I think the first thing, my earliest memory, I was the age of 2, and I saw Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, and I couldn't understand how he could be on the moon and on, you know, television at the same time. It was so confusing to me. My dad took me outside and was trying to explain the concept, and I think from that point onwards I was hooked. All I cared about was science fiction and traveling into space, and that's it. That's my earliest memory. So from that point I was obsessed with cameras and lenses, and you know, here I am today.
So when did you start the process of becoming a director, and how did you go about that?
Oh, that's a good one. I directed my first music video, I think, when I was 16.
Oh.
It was a big visual effects extravaganza, I remember that. And then I applied for film school. And they didn't take me at first because they were a little bit confused by me. But they finally accepted me. It took me, I had to harass them to let me in the film school. And they let me in, and I actually graduated. And I went out into the world, and it was, you know, it's the mid-'80s, I guess. It was really hard times. People were really negative in the world. And
explain that. Like, why would they be negative about your wanting to direct a film and to create something like that? I mean, how?
Well, you're young, and I wanted people to train me. Like, I wanted to be, you know, shoot cameras and stuff. And I approached this famous director of photography who'd done a lot of movies, and I said, could you train me? Just teach me something. And he refused. He said, absolutely not, because one day you'll take my job. And that's, you know, I was horrified. Then one day I met this guy, Brett Gibson, who was a cameraman at Channel 9, and he actually taught me how, you know, what framing was and what cameras were, and you know, really helped me out. So it's good people you meet around the bad people, you know. So I left, I was living in Australia, I left Brisbane, and took a job at a television station as a trainee cameraman. But it turned out I knew more than anybody in the station. And, you know, I'd already been doing my own little short films and documentaries. And after 3 months, the head of the station gave me a documentary to direct for the station. And I did that. And next minute, I was being rostered on as a television director. I was the age of 21. And from that point onwards, at 21, I've been a director since that time. And I did all these music videos for free. I did anything I could just to get more experience. I just worked my butt off for you know, years and years and years. Finally, I got, after music video number 40, somebody paid me to do it. That was for this pop star, Nicole Gibson, in Australia, and she was really nice. And from there, it just kind of grew and grew and grew. And then, you know,
So tell me about when you did because I know you did the music videos for Manowar. So
Yes.
tell me about that experience. How did you get that? And tell the audience a little bit about that, because it's a pretty fascinating story.
Well, yeah, let's see, on that one, we probably jump ahead a bit. I'd done a lot of music videos, about 300 or 400 at that point, and a lot of, heavy metal bands in Europe and stuff. And Manowar approached me and said, look, we really need somebody who can...
These are pictures of what you're talking about right there.
Yeah,
that's really impressive.
Well, Manowar were just suddenly on the rise, having their second comeback in 2002 in Europe. And all of a sudden...
Is that you right there?
That's me directing with my friend Steve. All of a sudden, they exploded in the European market. And they were playing in front of 50,000 people.
Oh, wow, look at that crowd.
And as they expanded, so did I. So I got to do all these massive live coverages and music videos and
oh, wow. So this is
yeah.
fire.
And because of them, I accelerated my career dramatically. You know, that was a thing we did called the Earthshaker, which you can see on screen now, which I was directing.
This looked like really big budgets.
Oh, it was.
What were your budgets like on these
Well,
things?
well, that particular live show, I think we blew about €500,000 in one day on the coverage. And it was like 32 cameras. This is 2005.
Wow.
We had like every HD camera that existed in Europe at the time, and all the camera cranes everywhere. It was the biggest thing ever done at the time in Europe for a live band, and it was incredible. We had we had an orchestra on one side of the stage. The other side we had a 3-stage level of a choir. We had the band in the middle, explosions, and massive crowd. And that was the peak of my music video career. And in between that, I was doing feature films. So it kind of crystallized everything.
So tell me about making your first feature film. And I mean,
Oh,
from
that's a
what I
story.
hear,
Yes.
you also made the first digital feature film.
Well,
So tell us
again,
that story.
it goes back to the negativity of people. And I'm not dissing on the country of Australia, but there were some very negative people towards me back then who basically said, I was sat down one day and said, look, you don't have what it takes to be in the film industry. You should go and shoot weddings. And this is the head of a seriously, this is the head of a big company. The biggest production house in Australia told me this. He said, you don't have what it takes. And I said, I don't believe you. And I've met the guy recently and said, well, you were wrong. And, he didn't say anything to that.
That must have felt good.
Yeah, not really. Yeah. You get over that stuff quickly. But, those sort of people push you on in a weird way. And I'm thankful for him to say that, because that's what made me go out and become a director at 21. That's what pushed me.
Right.
And so I wanted to make a feature film. I was running a production house in Australia, and I said, well, I need to make a movie. I've done 10 short films. It means nothing. It got me nowhere. So let's do a feature film. And I was on the cusp of all this digital technology, and there were a couple of companies coming in saying, because I was doing really nice, interesting work, people were giving me free equipment and saying, look, you want to try this new non-linear edit system, and it's all broadcast quality and this and that. And so I literally worked out a way to shoot a feature film for a small budget, and I shot the world's first digital feature film. As far as I know, I could be wrong.
What was it called?
The film was called Demons in My Head. This was, I think, 1997. I started doing it in 95, but finished 1997.
And did you write that too?
I wrote and directed that.
Did you write everything that you do?
I do. I don't always want to write, but it's just a necessity. The movie came out, and people said, "Oh, you're a fool. You're an idiot for doing this."
Oh, and this is the poster
That's the
for
poster
it?
for it. It got released worldwide in many
And
countries.
what year was that in?
That was 97. I think it got released in 99.
Okay.
Now the weird thing was, George Lucas, who did Star Wars, he came to Australia. He was scouting for locations to do Star Wars Episode 2. And he was giving a big speech at some producers' conference. And everyone was giving me, negativity. Because I don't. You should have shot 35mm. Why did you do digital? This is what they told me. This is back then. Nobody knew.
Right.
And I don't blame them for saying that. George Lucas got up on stage and said, basically called me a visionary. And said, people like Neil Johnson doing digital films. This is the future of filmmaking. And I had a chat with George Lucas and Rick McCallum, who's a chain smoker, really nice guy, funny as hell.
I know how much you like that.
Well,
and who's this a picture of?
Oh,
right
that's George
here?
Lucas,
There you
yeah.
go.
And I mean, I'd say he's probably one of the great inspirations in my life, because he was the only person who came on board and said, "Look, you're doing the right thing." And it was like, wow, this is the guy who I guess I idolized in my life has come to me. And the defining moment in my life was when I saw George Lucas standing there. He's pretty short. And I thought, the whole creative universe of Star Wars, $1 billion franchise, is created from this guy, this one guy's brain.
Right.
I thought, that's power. That's inspiration. That's glory. And that's what keeps me going. It's like, we can have all the nice toys and the equipment and the drive, but it's in here. It's the creativity in here, and that's what that's what pushes me on every day.
Well, and I mean, I'd like to add in, because I know you very well, that you are a visionary, and that you're very genius in the way that you do things, and that you can see things that other people can't see, and that's why you're able to create these.
And that's something I've learned through all the bad things that have happened in my life, and there's been a lot. You take that and you use it, and you it's like being an actor.
Mm-hmm.
You turn that around and you throw it back out and say, okay, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this to, make a good thing in my life.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's a beautiful thing. Well, we're watching Actors Eat Chat. I'm your host, Tracy Birdsall. We'll be right back after a word from just one of our sponsors. Okay, we have another chatter question.
We have an in-studio question, and they want to know, so is it difficult to direct and act in the same project?
Oh.
Well, you're not really an actor.
I have done this.
But he's done like cameos and things. Like, go ahead.
I've had actors who didn't turn up on the day, and we're out in the desert shooting, and I had to jump in and do the scene because there's no other males around who could do it. It's extremely difficult to act and direct in a film, especially when you don't have a camera, which is how we were stuck in the desert. No, I would recommend people don't direct and act unless you've got a very good DP who you know can direct you as well. It's I get it, the ego thing, and it sounds good. I'm going to control everything. I'm going to direct. I know what I'm going to do. I would do anything to be directed by somebody if I was acting.
I would say that even producing and acting, that you should only do it if there's another producer, because we produced and I acted, but I played a much smaller role, and then so you have to be able to commit your time completely.
Well, I often produce and direct things together, and what you do is some days you just wear the producer's hat, some days you wear the director's hat. If you're acting that day, I can only wear the actor's hat that day. I have to focus on the acting.
Right.
And I'm not claiming to be a great actor or anything, but I've done it, so I know what it takes to be on camera. And, I act as much as I can, so I know how it feels when I work with other actors. And I love being directed. I love feedback. Mm-hmm. So I know, I guess I put myself in the position of the actor more than I should.
And it's like, even when I act and produce, I try to put down my producer's hat on the days that I shoot, because you can't deal with all of that going on inside and do the other side.
I mean, I've done 12 movies. I can't do it. I don't know how anyone really could do it on a low budget level. If you've got a massive support staff, it's a different story. We have another question, I believe.
We do have another question.
Well, thank you. The question is, can you talk to us more about Starship Rising?
Starship Rising. Okay, that was... See, I think I started working on Starship Rising 2012, and it was a big sci-fi epic film. It's kind of an angry version of Star Trek, I would say. And for me, I'd just done Alien Armageddon and Alien Dawn, which alien invasion movies. And I just wanted to get back to outer space and to blow things up. I wanted to see an epic space battle type movie, kind of like the Star Wars type thing, or what I felt Star Trek should have been, much more serious and angry. And I was lucky to get...
And what are we seeing on screen here?
We're seeing Emmy, that singer-songwriter, who was one of the stars of Starship Rising, along with Darren Jacobs and a few other people. And actually, back on my acting thing, I want to talk about that. There's E.J. De La Pena and Brooke Lewis.
That's E.J. and Brooke Lewis.
Brooke Lewis is a great actress.
Well, E.J. De La Pena is a great actor,
was
too.
incredible.
Let's not cut him short.
Oh, no.
And Marilyn Gigliotti.
Marilyn Gigliotti from the movie Clerks.
Which has a remake coming out right now.
Where Clerks 3 is coming out. And she's, one of those, great sort of people.
Excited for her.
And I keep working with Marilyn all the time. I adore her.
What is this?
That's a special. we can't really talk about that. That's Emmy again we're seeing. And it's kind of this epic science fiction movie that I guess makes me very happy to watch. I try to make the movies I want to see. And that's now Raja Baruti. While we're talking about actors, I want to talk about her. That's Ralph Guzzo, the other side. But Raja Baruti, this amazing person, absolutely amazing person. We're talking about actors who are committed, okay? Now, I had one actress on set who had the flu and just didn't feel like coming in. I had to go and beg her on the phone every day to come into set, just because she felt a bit fluey and I don't know if I want to turn up today.
Oh
and
my
I'm
gosh,
going,
that stands for a short career.
who is this person?
It's like-
Why are you saying this to me? I've got all these big actors, and you're saying I don't feel like coming because I have the flu. Meanwhile, we have Raja on set.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to give away her personal stuff, but she was very, very ill, and I'd say she was almost at death's door.
I've gone to work sick so many
She
times.
was so messed up, and she didn't show it 1 second. She only whispered, "I'm not feeling well. Just forgive me if I'm a bit
Right.
crazy." She was so ill. I mean, we're talking really ill, majorly ill. She turned up every day without any, knew her lines on the ball, and this is the sort of person I applaud every time, is an actor who, despite all the chaos, wants to act more than anything else on the
Right.
planet. Acting is gold. It's life. That's Raja
this is
there.
Raja? Okay.
Yeah, amazing
It's a
person.
great picture.
She's incredible on camera,
Mhm.
and a great person too. Really, really amazing. She's actually. I want to talk about her because, there's a lot of things in her life that maybe she doesn't want known public, but she's an incredible human being.
And what is this from?
Starship Rising again.
Okay.
Some of the great images. It was a major film. We shot. Look at Emmy's face. How can
Emmy
you not
has a
love
perfect
that?
face. I just
know.
love her.
We built the set ourselves. I mean, building that spaceship, I got a scar right here from building that spaceship. Darren Jacobs again, flying the Starship with E.J. De La Pena.
Okay, now show the film. Okay.
There's the scar. You can't see it. I cut it doing the spaceship, building the set. I also fell 10 feet to the floor on my back once
Oh,
off the
man.
ladder. So, people sit there and say, oh, it's an ego game. It's a glamorous world. It's not. I have scars on every piece of my body from making movies. Right here, you can't really see, but I got my hand crushed by a camera crane doing a short film once. And it was, it's just how the world is.
It's like we get our war wounds, we get our bruises and things like that, and we're
Yeah.
like all proud of them at the end of a shoot. It's like, oh, I got this bruise falling down doing this and dying.
And you've got to be, look, if you want to be an actor, you've got to be committed. And look, I expect 100% from my actors, 100%, because I give them 100%. I
do.
live, breathe, and die movies, and I will die probably directing a movie. I'm sure this is going to happen.
Wouldn't that be a great thing, though?
No.
No,
I'd
that's how you go.
I'd like to finish
Not
that
that you
movie.
die early, but that you die directing.
Yeah, well, that could be. It's like
I mean, how glamorous.
I know. Well, speaking of death, okay, here's a segue. Did I recently? You heard about the person Davy Jones?
Oh yes, this is a great story. Okay.
I've this has been on my shoulders for a while.
I think we have a picture of Davy Jones too. Do
Yeah,
we have
well,
that?
you may know him from the Monkeys. Going back to your childhood and everything else. When I was a young boy, I would pray to God.
Waiting for the picture. There's the picture. Yeah.
That's the last photograph ever taken of Davy Jones in the world before he passed away.
And that's a great picture of Davy Jones too.
Let me tell you the story of that.
Right, Pepper?
I used to pray. I used to pray to God, please God, can I turn out just like Davy Jones? Please God, can I be Davy Jones?
You'd be so much shorter.
Well, yeah, I was the shortest guy in my school. I was the runt of the litter. I wanted to be Davy Jones. I thought, if nothing else, can I please be Davy Jones?
How'd that work out for you?
Well, I got taller and he was just this British boy and he had a nice voice and the girls liked him, a little haircut. And I thought,
the girls really liked him.
that's the sort of guy I want to be. And I grew up to be a completely different person. However, then I met Davy Jones, and this is just before he passed away. I met him, and they were doing a documentary, and I said, "Look, that's how I want it to be." That was it's the 80s. That's how I want it to be. And I met Davy Jones, and I said, "It's such a pleasure to meet you. Did you know every night when I went to bed, I would pray for 6 years running that I would be Davy Jones. I would be you, and now I've met you." And he looked at me and said, "Thank God God didn't listen to you." But he had this look in his eyes, and it's like he met himself. And I had a photograph with him, then he passed away the next day. And it was like the most horrifying thing. Did I cause his death?
Did you kill Davy Jones?
Because he met his alter ego, the man who wanted to be him so much. And it was horrifying for me. He was just a bit, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. And he passed away. It was a horrible
That's
story.
probably actually what he was thinking too, is that was the weirdest thing he'd ever heard.
Did I cause his death? He must have. So, there's people like that in your life, Anyway, I don't know why we got onto that story, but it's one of those things that happens.
Because you also...
Oh, look, Starship Rising. Back to that, the trailer of Starship. It's right now released in the UK. We're on. I think we hit number 7 or 8 in.
Well, I know it was 8.
Tesco.
Did it make it to 7?
No, it got down to 5 in some
Oh.
places. But we're in the top 10 in the UK, and you can buy it in Tesco and H&B and all the stores in the UK. I'm very happy with that. It's an epic film. And we finished the movie in 4K resolution, shot in the red camera as well.
Mhm.
So again, I'm always trying to push that level of trying to get beyond, you know, the standard standard sort of films. It's 4K, which means IMAX
do.
quality. We're a commercial break coming up.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I like the way he keeps noticing that it's commercial break time. That's
I
supposed to
talk
be
too
my
much.
job. We're watching Actors Eat Chat. I'm your host, Tracy Birdsall. We'll be right back afterward with one of our sponsors.
I'm going to count down from 5.
Do it. All set.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're ready to go.
All right, we got. You ready?
Give me a countdown.
Okay, we're going to count down from 3. So, 3, 2, 1. That was pretty super spectacularly awesome.
Target 1-4. Oh, sorry. My fault.
okay.
Reset. Okay. Action.
Coming around.
Target 1 forward, 1 aft. Reduce power to 15,000.
Captain, the dark cloud is still moving.
Cut. How was that? Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh.
It's rolling. Okay, Jim. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god. That's so scary.
Good. Let's go for this. Will be a real one now. Okay, all set, and action.
Nice knowing you.
Oops, that's a big one. Oh dear.
Jason, cut the power. Shields are gone, Captain.
Do you like that one?
Yeah.
I got enough. I can do it again. You like it again? We can do it again, just in case we get a better one.
Oh, cool. Red light now. Was that in the last one?
No.
That's what
we were waiting on.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, the shields are gone, Captain.
That really comes out of nowhere.
Sorry. But that's just the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, wait, one question. Do you want the wrist break too?
No, just the...
Just the breathing.
Yeah. Need more than that?
That's plenty.
Oh, I like that.
Just want me to stay right here?
That is
good.
good.
So, right?
I had one that I like to do, but then I
Yeah,
realized
you go.
Oh, was it? Yeah, fully sharp on this.
So Karen.
EJ!
Yeah, you got nothing. You know, there was nothing going on. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. Are you ready? Take your time. As soon as you're ready, we're ready.
Okay. Oh.
Very nice. Oh, I could have been much closer. Should we go up and clear the flame? Lovely. Clear.
Fire in the hole.
Very nice. Cameras are recording, confirming. Yep. All right. It's a safe distance. This is us. Nasty bitch. Very good. Like that one. Felt good. We're clear.
Fire in the hole. In the hole.
Nice. Very nice. Quite courageous.
Land over here. Yeah.
Got some debris there, huh?
You had debris going.
Fantastic. Well done. Well done, boys.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
Good job, boys.
Props, Scott. Thank you.
Hi, I'm director Neil Johnson. I've directed 10 feature films, 500 plus music videos, been a director for 26 years. And all I really care about is doing science fiction films. And I guess people want to know why I do science fiction. Well, I came to an interesting realization a couple of years ago. My dearest friend, Phil Bertham, passed away. And it made me realize that life is hanging on a thread. And I hear a lot of astronauts speaking about when they go into space and they look down upon the Earth. And it's this blue globe hanging in space. And basically the whole Earth is just hanging on a thread. And we can be destroyed at any point by solar flares or heavy asteroid hit or anything else. Our existence is very, very fragile. And we spend our time worrying about small matters, having wars about this and that. When you look upon yourself in a universe that is possibly populated by no one but ourselves, I know statisticians say that there's probably about 1,000 planets in our galaxy right now that harbor intelligent life, but we don't know this. This is just conjecture. And it's very possible that we are the only intelligent, self-aware beings in the whole universe. It's possible, or not, and we may never know. The burden on our shoulders is that we have a responsibility to witness the universe and see the universe in its existence and explore it, because if we are the only thing there is and we pass away, then the universe goes unremembered, unrecognized. So for me, the burden of existence is that we get out in the universe and we explore, and we go to other planets, and we go to Mars, and we go to Titan, and we find ways to exist on these worlds. And I feel this is really the most important charge of mankind. It's a little bit sad that this world is so focused on small matters, and I think we as a race of beings should be focused, number one, on space travel, and dare I say this, genetic manipulation, so that we can exist in other worlds and so we can propagate ourselves across the universe, because we may, as human beings, not be able to exist on any other planet but Earth. And the only way we will exist in the galaxy on other worlds would be to modify ourselves so we can withstand the pressures of the universe, withstand the different atmospheres, the different environments. And so I charge every scientist and every astronaut that this is what their focus should be. And I charge every government with the fact that this is what they should be looking upon, is getting ourselves off this planet as quickly as possible, because we live in a very fragile world, and we are very fragile in our existence. And without this notion, we will soon perish, and there'll be no one there to remember us.
Welcome to a brand new episode of Superhero Junkies. Now, we are very excited at Superhero Junkies today. Do you know why?
Why?
Well, there are so many superhero Why am I doing a Shatner? I don't know. There are so many superhero shows right now. You have Gotham. You have The Flash. You have The Walking Dead. You have Constantine, which is coming soon. Oh my gosh, so I am so excited. And on today's show, we have director of Starship Rising, Neil Johnson. Do you know what we're going to do to you today? We're going to give it to you Superhero Junkies good. And without lubrication.
It's going to hurt.
Neil Johnson, director, writer, so many cool movies, videos, everything. Neil, welcome to Superhero Junkies.
That's the best reception I've ever had.
We know how to do
This
it
is
right
so
on the
exciting.
show. All right, now Neil, tell me about when you started out. I mean, you did videos for Man-O-War. There were so many things going on.
Yeah, I did a bunch of music videos for different bands. I started with some Christian bands, actually, Christian heavy metal bands.
Like Striper, that type of thing?
Yeah, I did a Striper one.
Striper,
and Mortification and stuff like that. I did one for U2 as well.
Cool.
Because I knew someone. And moved on to bands like Man-O-War, and then black metal bands and satanic bands and evil bands. And,
we love that stuff.
Yes. And yeah, I just did a whole bunch of music videos and short films, and did the world's first digital film in 1997, I believe, Demons in My Head.
Wow.
Which at the time I was told was a complete douchebag for doing this. But
they were wrong. All right, and now you got into sci-fi because you did a lot of sci-fi films. So you got like Alien Armageddon, Alien Dawn, Dawn of Destruction, or Alien Armageddon 2. Tell me about how you got into the sci-fi thing and all the alien movies and that type of thing.
Well, I was always into sci-fi. That was the thing with me. I think at the age of 2 I saw Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, and I just realized that sci-fi was it for me. Then I saw Star Wars, and then I was completely screwed. So I just, it's all I care about. I built spaceships when I was like 7 and 8, which, you know, were kind of made of wood and stuff, and I'd have adventures in those spaceships.
You bring chicks in the spaceships? Like
I did once, yes. It was a good time.
Just wipe the walls off, that's all.
Yeah, well, and I built time machines as well, and you know, I was a nice boy. You know, I was young. You know, just I liked.
And where are you from originally?
Well, I'm British, but I used to. I guess I grew up in Australia.
Okay.
And so I have 2 accents, which is very useful.
Right.
Well, kind of. You know, you know, it kind of works sometimes. Kind of doesn't.
Okay.
Because people kind of get confused as where I'm from, but I am actually British, and. You know, as I said, it's all for me. It's all about building spaceships and going to space. That's all I really give a damn about.
It's really cool. Now, let's talk about some of the things you've done with the movies over the year. You have Death Machine. You've worked on a TV show, Nobility. You made a musical for Emmy. Let's go through all this.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about Emmy, because she's really cool. She's this pop star chick that I know, and she's actually kind of famous too, and she's really good looking, you know, but you look at her, dude, you got to see her face. I mean, she's just like unnaturally perfect. Oh, you've seen her.
I've seen her.
She's like a doll. And exactly. We all want to see her. But she's really incredible, and I don't know, they wanted to use my spaceship. I had a spaceship at the time. They wanted to use the spaceship for something. Then they said, could you maybe do a music video? I kind of retired from doing music videos, and they kind of dragged me back in. So we did this Freak music video where she fights herself, and she fights an alien and has a good time.
Cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
And the thing I got to say is, if you check out Neil's films and videos, it looks really, really high-end, like $100 million film. How do you make the look of the film look like you spend billions of dollars?
I'm going to do a tiny plug, but I'm going to tell you the reality of it. I tried to do a training course. I've done these DVDs. One is called How I Made a Movie for $2,000. Another one's called The Master Class, where I go into detail of how I made movies for very, very low budget things. And I've done another one called Lightning in a Bottle. You can buy all these on Amazon. And it goes into detail on how I make the films, like step by step, and also all the problems I had, all the mistakes I made and everything. So, I mean, I did all that. But the problem was, and I also did a couple of big live courses with people as well, where the people paid me to come and talk and stuff. You can't teach it, I don't think. You can learn little bits from me, but you know, remember, I'm a director since the age of 21. I've done so much stuff. I mean, day in, day out, all I do is directing, and that's it. I had like a big production house in Australia. I've done this and that, own cameras. It's all experience, and because I did the world's first digital film, I guess I was always playing with computers way back, you know, like Babylon 5 and all that sort of thing. I also did the world's first tapeless film as well, though that was claimed by Zodiac. I beat them by about a year because I was just, you know, freaky. I just wanted to do it. Nobody really cares. I'm not saying my movies are any good, but
it's awesome.
It's you know, it's just involved in just trying to work with technology. How I do it, you know, I really don't know. I look back at the stuff I do, and I mean, one movie might be $250,000, another one might be 25 grand, and I look at the 25 grand one and I say, how did I pull that off? I'm budgeting a movie right now and it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
It's just when you got no money, you find a way to do it. And I think that's the trick. You got to be clever.
Yeah, I mean, even for $1 million films, if a movie's like 10 million, you still have to know how to use that money wisely. You can't just say, oh, I've got 10 million, you throw it up in the air.
It can go so quickly.
Yeah.
I've blown $500,000 in one day. Wow. That's when I did this Man-O-War, this big live concert. We had like 32 HD cameras back in 2005. We had like 3 camera cranes. We had helicopter things going off, and it was the biggest live coverage of a music event in Europe at the time. And it was massive. It's great. It's on DVD, and it's, you know, it got all the best reviews and stuff. Yeah. And that's nice. But you know, if you got the money, you spend it. So if you haven't got the cash, you basically just find a way to do it, and that's kind of how it is.
Yeah, and the look of it, everything about it is great. Now, Starship Rising, that's a new film you have coming out, and you have a sequel.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Starship Rising and the sequel.
Well, you know, I did a film called Humanity's End a few years back, and that really got a lot of, it's funny, this is how it works. You do a movie, especially a sci-fi one, and people kind of, they write really bad reviews. They say, this is crap, blah, 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 blah. They really talk.
We hate critics.
Well, I really have a bad time with critics, and they hate me. And that's fine, because they're not movie makers. But I got all these bad reviews, and then, like, and I think the reason being is the movie was the #1 most downloaded movie in the world for 3 weeks running in 2008. So it was a very popular movie, but people were downloading it. They downloaded a rough cut. And that really bummed me out a lot because they never saw the director's cut. The director's cut came out, people saw that. And it's funny, the reviews were like 2 out of 10 on IMDb, and now the reviews are 4 out of 10 because people actually watched the movie and they actually sit with it for a few years, and it kind of gets in their head and they realize it's not a bad movie. Now, I've had the same situation with Starship where we had a very rough cut leak out, and all these people post all these reviews, and you know they're reviewing it sometimes on the movie they downloaded because it's, you know, you can kind of tell the difference in comments, and they say the sound mix is bad and this is bad and that is bad, but you know, when people see the director's cut, it's a whole different experience for people. And I'm not saying it's the greatest movie on the planet, but it's an incredibly complex film. Starship is this big, titanic adventure movie, kind of inspired by Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Oh, I love The Wrath of Khan. That's got to be the best Star Trek movie
I think so. And if you watch it, it's got that same sort of vibe. That's what I was going for that, but it's much darker. And people say, you know, one comment was, well, it was just like watching Dune. I didn't understand that movie, and I don't understand Starship Rising. But Dune is the sort of thing, like the book, you got to read or watch it many times, and you suddenly start to realize there's a universe there. And so with Starship 2, Starship 1's a big setup. I hate to say this, you know, I'm not going to get good reviews for Starship 1 until Starship 2 comes out, because when the 2 films are put together as they're meant to be, I shot both movies back to back, literally. And when you put the 2 movies together, you'll see, oh, there's a whole big story there. And Starship 2 is much funnier, it's much lighter hearted. Starship 1's a setup for the thing. And
now, how many are you planning, 4 or how many, or 3, or like a trilogy type thing?
You know, I like the trilogy idea. I don't know. I'm still fighting with distributors and everyone on what I should do next. I really want to do another one with Emmy, because Emmy, coming back to her, she's like a sweetheart to work with, and there's Brooke Lewis and Darren Jacobs, and you know, start name dropping all the great actors. I really want to do a 3rd one because I know where 2's going. But you know, if you judge film 1 only on its own merits, people are going to say don't do a 3. But if you see film 2, I think people will want a 3rd because I know where the story's going.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun. The characters like this. It's almost a comedy, number 2. And this is what makes me happy because you know number 1 is really dark, and it's very depressing.
Well, there's a freedom about doing independent films where you could do what you want, just like this show. We'll talk about different shows and movies, and it's our opinion on what we think. We're not saying this is like a critic saying this is the way it is. It's our opinion. The great thing about doing independent film is just like the show is you could do what you want with it. You still have the distributors, but you have more freedom to experiment and do things you want to do with the story and things like that. And the studio's not so hard on you where you have to do things their way.
Well, I've learned a lot. I'm about to do my 11th film, and I started to learn that sometimes the studio system, it's not so bad. And I'm going to go on a limb here. I mean, I've got friends of mine who direct like $10 million movies, and they say they envy me because I have control. But you know what? When you got somebody else standing over the top of you saying, no, that's a really bad idea, you shouldn't do it, it's sometimes good to have that person there, and maybe some of my other films, here and there, maybe I shouldn't have done this or should have done that or should have listened to a studio executive. Had I had one there, maybe the film would have been better. So you kind of got to take your, those people standing over you giving you advice, you got to take it with a grain of salt, but also listen to them. And sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong. And I've got people who gave me advice on Humanity's End, and they were clearly wrong. But maybe sometimes that person gave me advice on something else, like Alien Dawn, and that same person was right about that movie.
Yeah.
So it's it's kind of a thing, and I kind of like the studio system in a way because you have infrastructure.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I go on a movie set, and I'll give you a real example of my life on Starship. I built a spaceship in a warehouse. Now I was running out of money. I mean, there's a point where I had to steal food. Okay.
Oh man.
I mean, I've learned the tricks. Walmart, thank you. But I mean, it got down to that, and I moved out of my apartment. I moved into the warehouse. I was living in a warehouse without a shower, and what I did, I went to a strip club. No, I went to a local gym and showered there every day. And I was building the spaceship. I remember at the time I climbed up this ladder, and the ladder slipped out, and I fell flat on my back from 10 feet down. There's another time the whole spaceship collapsed. I broke my hand. I've got a scar here from the spaceship. Where is it here? I've got one here. I've got another one. I got scars all over me. So it sounds cool and exciting and everything else. I brought a red camera. I've got a camera crane. I've got this and that. It sounds really exciting and dramatic, but you know what? I didn't have much of a life. My girlfriend was like making fun of me on Facebook publicly and really badly making fun of me. Calling me Noah because I was building Noah's Ark. But it wasn't the glamorous life. I look at what Starship Rising costs, and yes, I could have maybe had a Ferrari and a nice house, but instead I put everything I had into it, and it's an incredible risk. So yes, I make my living from the movies, but I mean I've given up everything I have, and I did that for 1 and 2. So you've got to look at yourself. What are you willing to give up, or what will you do to get your movie made? And I do everything. Have I been arrested for shooting without a permit? Kind of. Have I? Do I get out of it? Yes. I have an accent, so this is when I use the accent. Okay, here's a trick. If the police ever pull you over, especially, this is a thing, you maybe should get a false driver's license. Now, this happened to me in New York, and this also happened to me in Utah. The police pulled me over for speeding. They said, "So you were speeding?" And I say, "G'day, how you going?" The accent. And I brought out my Australian accent. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. I was confused with the miles and the kilometers, and I didn't know what I was doing. And he just sat and stares upstate New York. He just said, he was so confused with my accent, and he just said, "Okay, you're not supposed to speed," and just go on the way. So I tried that again when I got picked up.
I think you're busted now, Neil.
I've been picked up a few times, but I got picked up by some guy for when I didn't have a permit. Same thing. I kind of pulled that line and it worked. So try this, you know, develop an accent. Say, we don't have permits in Australia. It's true. I shot a movie, Death Machine, in the UK in 2012. I shot in front of Big Ben. Now, you know, that's a big monument. It's like shooting in front of the White House.
Yeah, you need a permit there, I would think. Yeah.
No, I didn't. Well, the White House, yes. I got caught in that one too. But Big Ben, the cops walked past me and just waved. We had a little 5D camera and a microphone and everything, and they didn't say a word to us. Yeah. They just don't care, you know, because we weren't doing anything bad. And that's how it is in foreign countries. You can get away with a lot. If I want to shoot in a castle in Germany, I go shoot in that castle. Sometimes you've got to get a permit, but it's cheap. And they don't really, it's kind of a big deal. You know, we shot it cost me $500 to shoot in a giant ruined church in 2013 for a music video. Wow. I mean, that was it. And we had the whole church to ourselves, and it was great. So it's kind of more lax there, you know. It's as I said, I'm here, I'm in Hollywood, I have to take the risks, and I take the risks. And I just wish I had the studio system behind me, you know. Yeah. It'd be nice for somebody to say, here's your $100,000 fee for directing the film, and oh, here's the permits, and here's your producer, and here's your DP, and your whole crew, and here's a chair to sit in. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I never sit down on my set.
He's a hard-working director. That's the true director. Blood, sweat, and tears you put into your art. You really want to do it. Not like the guy who gets hired, does a film, goes home, you watch it, you're like, that guy obviously didn't care about anything.
He's a lucky boy. I wish I was him.
Yeah, but you know, well, his dad owns the studio.
Yeah, yes. God bless him, I say.
All right, now I hear, I won't say who told me, but I hear you're doing a superhero type of movie.
Who told you this?
Well, I can't say.
Well,
you're on Superhero Junkies.
You're on Superhero Junkies, and that's why you're doing it. And there will be nudity in this film, isn't that true, Neil?
Oh, all right.
It's me. Why are you so happy? Actually, I did appear nude on camera once.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Your film?
Yeah, one of mine. Battle Space. The actor couldn't do it. It's a long story. I did full frontal nudity on camera. It got blurred out, of course, but we kind of had to have a nude body.
Body double.
Yeah, I wish. It was kind of weird, you know. But yeah, a superhero film. You know, we're working on that. I'm actually doing another film. I'm producing another film very soon called Descent into the Maelstrom, which is a big time travel movie.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Straight after that, that's the one you probably heard about.
Superhero one,
yeah. It's either a superhero movie or a Boba Fett movie, a female Boba Fett movie. Whoa. Not a Star Wars officially Disney sanctioned type thing, but something like that. That's sort of in my head. So I'm tossing up. It's kind of, I want to do something with this chick who has, when I say powers, I don't want lightning coming from her hands, you know, I'm just tired of that. You know, I do the wind or whatever.
Yeah, no Iron Man stuff.
No, I want to do some sort of superhero thing where it's more, I dare say Batman-ish, but girly Batman, you know, where she maybe has some powers, but they're kind of subtle and they're not so flashy, but she has cool gadgets, you know.
The power of seduction.
Ooh. I know this. Yes. So yeah, but you can see that there's a truck outside that I drove here in. That's going to be turned into this Batmobile type thing.
Oh wow!
And I'm going to blow it up in the end.
Whoa! Oh, awesome!
So yeah, this is called Sacrifice. I don't have another vehicle to drive, so after that, I'm going to have to buy a new vehicle. You know, so this is kind of what I have to do.
That's awesome.
You know, but this is what I have to do. You know, it's what have I got left? What can I get rid of? You know, what can I purge in my life? What can I blow up?
That's what you have to do to make a film. You want it the way you want it. That's it. You know, and you put everything on the line, and you got to respect that because, like I said, you know, some people are just given everything.
Yeah.
And you know, you got to work. You know, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, I know.
All right.
Any Brooklyn people out there? No, you guys can't afford. Guys can't afford a computer over there. So. No.
Well, I lived in New York. I know how it is.
Yeah. So it's a rough neighborhood, you know. So I came out here. You know, you got to do what you want to do. So where do you see yourself going in a couple of years? Are you going to still stay in sci-fi? Are you going to go to other genres, or just strictly sci-fi, or what do you think?
Anything but sci-fi?
No. Are you still going to stay? Is my New York accent?
There is nothing but sci-fi. This is the problem.
Just sci-fi.
All right.
Well, I don't know. I would like to do. I mean, I've done a lot of comedy.
Okay.
So I kind of like comedy, but I did this nobility thing with
Nobility. Yeah, let's talk about nobility. Now, E.J. De La Pena.
De La Pena.
De La Pena.
He's Mexican, by the way. You know that?
He doesn't look Mexican.
He doesn't, does he?
Wow.
I know.
He looks Irish or something.
He does. I think he's Irish-Mexican, actually, but...
okay.
There's a lot of Mexican in his blood, he's,
But he does a show, Nobility, and he's also done a bunch of films with you as well, right?
Yeah. Well, he was on Starship. He flew the spaceship in Starship, and he was notorious for breaking the set. Well, him and Emmy used to get together and just break things by accident. I mean, he broke so much stuff. He'd trip on things. There's one of the floor pieces that he just went right through. And,
wow.
Yeah, he's a big guy, but then he's really cool. He's very agile. He did a fight sequence type thing in the second film. He kind of steals the second movie, so you'll see what he does. But yeah, we did Nobility, and we had all these actors from Star Trek. Chekhov.
Oh, Walter Koenig.
Yeah, he's so cool.
Oh, that is awesome.
Man, he is so funny. Yeah, he had a lot of good funny Shatner stories to tell, which makes me rather amused. But
we love Shatner on the show.
We love Shatner. But he had stories to tell, and he would just rattle off these stories. And I seemed to get on really well with him. We seemed to click. We had Tori Higginson from Stargate, Christopher Judge.
Oh, Stargate.
Yeah, Teal'c. He's really cool. So many other great actors. Adrienne Wilkinson, she's from Buffy and Xena.
Oh yeah.
I'm just name dropping here. But it's basically a comedy type thing. And it's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a completely different style from what I usually do as well. So.
And are those episodes online now, or are they shooting them now, or what?
Well, they're shot. They're in the can. I think they've got one more day of shooting to do.
Okay.
But it's coming together, and it's a really funny show. And this is what I like. I like comedy. And this is my secret is I like comedy, and they make me take it out. Comedy and sci-fi mix really well. And when you look at Guardians of the Galaxy, it's sort of that lighthearted sort of thing. I was trying to do that stuff way back in 2005, 6, 7. And I was told again, people tell you, no, you can't put comedy, get the comedy out of your sci-fi.
Yeah.
But, that's humanity's end.
Yeah, even Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek 4 was hugely successful, and that was the funniest one,
Yeah, it was. I'm a big fan of Star Trek 5.
Star Trek 5 was cool too.
I kind of liked it.
People don't like Star Trek 5, The Final Frontier. Why? I mean, come on. Shatner directed it. It was funny. Come on. I mean, if you look at Star Trek 5 and you look at some movies that are out now, Star Trek 5 is like a 10 compared to some of the movies that are
compared to Starship. Yeah.
No. Well, no. But you must watch Starship Rising.
Yeah, so please pay for it. I would really appreciate that.
Yes, you can download it on iTunes.
You can.
It's also on Amazon.
It's also on video on demand right now.
Video on demand.
It's everywhere. You can buy it in Best Buy. No, it's hard. No, it sells out in Best Buy. You can buy it on Walmart, but just buy it online on the DVD thing.
Buy 2 copies.
Yeah. Make
one
up for
you're at home, and if you go somewhere, you have it in your backpack. You can bring it along.
Give it as a gift to somebody you really like or hate. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm really hoping for. This is just hope right now, speculation. When Starship 2 comes out, it's not on Blu-ray. Reason being, it's very expensive to put things out on Blu-ray to make a profit. Even though a lot of my movies are on Blu-ray, we're going to package 1 and 2 together.
Oh, that's good.
And it'll be, the 1 and 2, the 2 movies back to back, and there'll be one big complete story. So if you don't buy it now, just wait until number 2 comes out, and then buy the box set, because that will be worth your while. I think it's a nice thing to own.
Awesome. Now, what's the next thing you're working on? What are you preparing now, or writing a script for?
Right now, I'm script writing and building sets for Descent of the Maelstrom. Okay. And that's a time travel thing about this guy who's traveling through time, he's rewriting history, and these 2 chicks try and stop him. And
does he look like me in the film?
He does a bit.
Oh, we need to talk after this.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. I always imagine somebody kind of, dark-haired, charming.
I imagine the same thing. I do.
By the way, do you notice my sideburns?
The sideburns are cool.
Yeah. I did this as a joke. It's a Star Trek thing.
No, it's a Star Trek thing. They do the pointed sideburns.
Yeah.
See, we know the whole sci-fi thing with the pointed sideburns, but a lot of people don't even realize all these little details. And if you pay attention to details and you do your sideburns right, you're the man. Everyone's going to look at you and admire you.
Yeah.
And soon you'll be doing Brute commercials.
You'll be on
I know Brute. I've got Brute
And who
in my.
knows what I'm talking about? Do you know what Brute is?
I've got it in
Of course
my.
he knows what Brute is.
Well, my friend gave me some Brute recently, and I was like, well, it goes back to when I was a kid. You know, that was the only thing you could splash on your body. It was fantastic, and that was Brute 33.
Brute 33.
That's a man's smell, you know.
I think even Tom Selleck, I think, did a Brute commercial at some point.
Yeah, that big mustache was very fancy, wasn't it?
The mustache, and then Brute all over his hairy chest.
See, for me, Brute was the thing. Old Spice, not for
that
me.
was like the old man cologne.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, now they're trying to make it come back and be hip and stuff.
It's not hip. It's not hip. Take it from people like us. Brute 33.
Brute 33.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, sir.
Superhero Junkies.
Do the fist.
Go check out all of Neil's films right now. Go on his IMDb. Buy them all.
I'm so excited.